Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は92日目です。Is day 92? Is day 92? Yes. Today is one of the follow-up days, right? So we got 1, 2, 3.5-ish days. I already screwed up one. I see I already screwed up this guy. What is that? 36 out of 39. Okay, it's generally fixed to 3. Let's go over the stuff from yesterday. Got quite a lot. Slightly late today. Was writing a response to a video comment. Practicing my responses. I don't usually get a lot of opportunities to do that. Okay, so what do I do here? What's wrong with you? Oh, let's just write the relevant stuff. Jitsu, and they wanted truth. Have the backup on true. Truth, reality. This one. So let's make sure about, let's do our due diligence here. So we have mutual talk, consultation. It's not the greatest way to depict this, huh? Try to be a little bit more vigorous. So this is mutual talk, right? And then we have consultation. All done. What happened here? To preserve something. Right, to preserve. Hey, Mattia. Konnichiwa. How's it going? It's been a long while. It has been. How have you been up? How have you been? Been pretty well. You can probably find that out in the video history. Large amount of my work day is, or my conscious day is still invested to language learning. Projects are being completed. Personal projects. Preserve. What am I preserving? Oh, tamotsu. Okay, and you. Scoop. Scoop night. Right. Arriving ahead was actually the error. Anticipating. And Akimawari. And this one was me. Me was the error. What else we got? I think, mochiru, right? Mochiru. Mochiru to use. New one. Omote. 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 A motel. Just the front. Surface. Yeah, I've been in the hospital for the past month due to a serious pneumonia. I hope you're recovering and there aren't any permanent, long-lasting effects. Are you good now? How are you now? I imagine you're out of the hospital now. May I ask how you managed to catch pneumonia? Hopefully it's something you can manage. Sorry to hear about that. And then kazoeru, right? The kazoo. Count. We have kazoo. So ka zo kazoeru. Yeah, that's everything from yesterday. We're good to go. Seems pretty intact. All right, get to it here. A fairly short day, I think. These are, I think 50 of these is the new stuff, right? Like 55-ish, so we have some like returning stuff. It's almost 4, so we'll end up picking up these 4. Oh. Yeah, you feel pretty good now? Okay. You were discharged from the hospital 2 days ago, and you've been recovering pretty well now. Rough March, you would say. Yeah, I can imagine. A sun month hospitalization. I'm happy to hear you're doing pretty well. Right. Glad to have you around to converse. Oh, what are you gonna do for the month of April? Today is still April Fool's Day for for my site wherever I am. So, got any interesting April Fool stories? Okay. Yeah. I don't know why this is motes. Motes. What do we have for motes? Now, this one's tough, so we're just gonna move along. It's fine.
Uchi.
Yeah.
新年
Innen. try to do something, right? If I'm putting my heart into it.
試みる
Shoku.
試食
Spicy. Oh. Why is yo heavy? Because it isn't. Oh. Okay, that's the second mistake. I shouldn't have pulled the trigger so soon. What was the onyomi for? Heavy. Done? Let me think. Heavy. Oh, jewels are heavy. Oh, that's unfortunate.
もの
Oh.
剣
And
対談
gun.
肉屋
Yeah.
本屋
Onya.
乗る
Do.
保つ
Amotsu. Not much to say about April Fools, although here in Italy, it is usually celebrated by kids, and you used to tell lots of lies during April Fools. Oh, it was very fun lying to your mom for fun. You got any fun reactions from your mother? April Fool. Have I done anything April? I didn't. I didn't quite understand the concept when I was younger, right? I was not very emotionally inclined when I was younger. And then, going into adulthood, it became less of a thing. So by the time I started appreciating things, I am an observer most of the time now. So nowadays, I enjoy going on the internet and looking at, I play a lot of video games, right? And a lot of times developers print out fun video game related April Fool's things or technology. So there's a lot of content creation that deals with being clever in doing what they do in terms of April Fools. So that's how I interact with April Fools now. Like, for example, I plan on playing Dave the Diver again this month because there's a drop for Like a Dragon collab on the 10th of April. And yesterday, their April Fool's joke, or at the beginning of the midnight, right? Their April Fool's joke was to release Dave the Diver Remastered. And it's a fun little video. It tried to show the thing in 3D, and then it's like coming 2049 or something, which is a really funny commentary on announcing video games in advance kind of thing. So I quite enjoyed that. By that my day just started, so I didn't really get an opportunity to partake and see any other April Fool's stuff. So at the evening today, way late in the evening, I'll probably look at the greatest hits of technology April Fools online.
Koichi.
Koichi. Hirogeru.
Hirogeru.
Hirogeru. To spread something, I suppose. Article.
Kiji.
Kiji.
Ya.
Yeah.
Okuru.
The best ones was when you were about 8 years old. You pranked your grandmother, saying my little brother almost got run over by a car. Oh no. That does sound like... Once she found out, she chased you in the neighborhood with a slipper. Oh, slipper chase. Nice. You got the slipper chase. It's kind of a wholesome example with your grandparents. I did not, in my lifetime, I did not have the privilege to interact with my parents, my grandparents too much. Yeah. Occasionally I've seen my grandfathers every once in a while, and I've seen neither of my grandmothers after the age of 4. Let's see, Slender Man, or not Slender Man, Leader, Anti. Deep is Oji? Oji sounds right.
Hoji.
I don't know if this is to spread something. Oh, it is. Okay. To unfold something, to open up something up. Okay. Open something. Alright, that's fine. Okay. Good pull though.
Utsukushii.
Utsukushii. Utsukushii.
Dougu.
Dougu.
Bijin.
Bijin. Beautiful? Yes, that's definitely how that works. Beautiful. Oh, what are your plans for April? Sorry to hear that. You must say you're lucky to still have grandparents around. Sometimes when you think about them, you always say your best memories from your childhood with them. Oh, that's really cute. Yeah, it's a different family dynamic. You would do anything for them? That's a very sweet sentiment. Yeah, my grandparents lived away, right? They were in China, Hong Kong, China. So not easily accessible. At some point, my grandfathers occasionally made the trip, but I was very estranged from them. So there's also an inherent language barrier, and not one that you can easily learn in my years, like since we might be part of different generations as well. So we enjoyed. I was there, I existed, but I was also very young and objectively minded. Very, very cold when I was younger, but it's also part of the consequences of the culture and how diaspora interacts with, in my opinion, diaspora interacts with other cultures, especially the American culture. The Americanized culture, the dominant Americanized culture. Interestingly enough, I think growing up in the United States is what made me a lot more emotionally intelligent and softer than I, in contrast to the hardening pragmatism of Eastern culture, like the Chinese culture. So that's interesting, right? And hardening, maybe not necessarily quite the word. Expressive, emotionally expressive. It's probably like, it's not like I didn't care about my parents or my grandparents and my heritage. I cared about a lot, but the difference is the form of expression is very different. Which in this case, when you're talking about doing pranks and April Fool's things, less so. It's a less thing that typically do. Conducting oneself is not viewed sentimentally similar. So April Fools and pranks and stuff were nearly non-existent in my childhood as a form of endearment. Being a spry 38-year-old now who grew up in multiple cultures and being able to appreciate multiple cultures, I find that type of thing very endearing. Like, I like watching grown, like matured family content creators, the ones that have like adult kids and whatnot, like 20 to 30-year-old kids and their parents who happen to also be grandparents, like how they interact and make jokes and whatnot. I find that incredibly vicariously endearing. However, me personally, I didn't have experience with that. However, it took place of other things, right? Where I didn't do one thing, I also did something else. Let's see. What is it? Japanese style clothes.
Wafuku.
Ooh.
Fuku.
Good. And lantern.
Washoku.
Yoku. Yeah, you heard that Eastern culture, especially Chinese culture, have a tendency of being more strict, especially the parenting. But you think that's the way of expressing their love? That is exactly what I was alluding to. Yeah. So that strictness and obedience come with some perks, unconditional trust a lot of times. Since traditionally obedience, especially public obedience and decorum, it creates consistency in expectations. So like there are things that I don't experience with my parents as comparatively, relatively to my like Americanized multi-generational friends, is that my parents don't like rarely ever question my purchasing decisions when I was younger. Whenever I like do something, my parents don't rarely ever question what it is because it's under the strictest expectation that whatever I'm doing to the best of my ability. So things like, oh hey, what, you know, when I turned 16, my parents like, I think you need a car, so they just buy a car. For example, it's like not one of those things you hear oftentimes in like a stereotypical way perceived in the American culture, like, oh, you have to earn money, like that a lot of those things don't show up. Like my parents are like, here's money, learn to earn money, but as long as you're still learning to earn money, here's money. And then strictly believing that whatever they do, I'm going to do my best with it. So there's no like distrust as well. Of course, this system can fall apart if things go like other outside forces. So I wouldn't say that I was completely unexpected. Largely because I grew up in the United States. My sister is a little different from me, so it shows like the slight difference because we didn't exclusively grow up under the Chinese culture, but it did come with perks, like things like allowances. That's a little weird for me. There are other diaspora that took on allowances and whatnot, things like that. Different level of trust. I was also, for example, this is maybe something that isn't quite the same as Western culture, but I am also the one and only son, and I am the oldest of two. And that plays a huge role in strictness, expectation, and pressure. It's not all sunshine and rainbows, but it's also not all doom and gloom. Yeah. Definitely something that I can expound upon a little bit more if one is curious. Tsunami ice. The key word for that one. Yikes. Can it be stressful? Can it be stressful as the beginning? It is always stressful. It has been stressful from the beginning. However, I guess the question you might be asking is it negative? Possibly. You're implying if it's negative. Stress is different. There's good stress. There's positive stress and negative stress. Growing up, like how I grew up, lots of the stress I take on are positive stress. They're functional, pragmatic stress, as opposed to what maybe my peers may look at it. They might think the same stress that I think is positive is negative stress. Like, for example, having to do the many things I have to do, like translating and interpreting and being aware of bills and money matters and budgets and constraints of socioeconomic status that really, really early on in my childhood could be seen as a negative stress. And in the moment, it could have been also negative stress when I was a kid. Now, as an adult, I can only view it as a positive source of personal development. And it makes it so that most of the time I talk about things, obligation is, to me, an easier route than voluntary self-care. So growing up in a life filled with obligations early in life made it so that everything else seems kind of harder in a way. Like, for example, spending money on myself. That's that's still a tall order. That's actually stressful for me in a negative way. Spending money on other people that I care about and love is not stressful. It's the simplest tasks of doing that. When my parents have problem, helping them is the least stressful thing I can do because it's something I have to do. So that can warp or create different types of cultural boundaries between problem solving. So I'm obviously learning to navigate that. I wouldn't want to unintentionally gaslight people to thinking, oh, it's easier because you have to do it, versus it's easier if you choose to do it. Yeah. Like for me, the things I have to do are easy. The things I don't have to do are harder because it's a guilty pleasure. The Chinese culture, in my opinion, instilled a value that things that are pragmatic and productive are important to the whole. Being self-interested and doing things just because, right? Just because you want to do it and it makes you feel good comes with an association of guilt, right? Because you're not forwarding or doing something quote unquote pragmatically productive. So for example, my parents would still question why do I learn Japanese? There's no pragmatic use for Japanese. They're not saying it in a unloving way or a discouraging way. They're stating the facts that weigh most of the pragmatism. Like they even asked me, why am I learning how to read Mandarin or traditional Chinese right now? There's no point in it, right? So you can kind of, people who are now in their 18, like in their 20s and whatnot, and kind of relate to that because the internet culture is incredibly pragmatic now. It's super hyper objectively pragmatic, largely because of like facts, the availability of information. So that type of comment might seem really normal now, but it's abnormal to me growing out of that. So I find that I can make people feel a lot happier and find their meaning and comfort and being able to like fall in love or have relationships with friends when you abandon or try to moderate and counterpoint that type of perspective. The internet, on the other hand, is doing exactly, which is coincidental. So most of the times when I talk about my story about my younger self, it might be coincidental. It is coincidental, I would say, that it lines up with the younger population of today. Because the way the internet makes you think and do and problem solve is a very fun thing to draw parallelisms to how Chinese parents tend to raise their children. They know, imagine the source is an influencer. Your parents know what's going to happen. They raise you and, train you, teach you because they know what is necessary for you to become an adult. That's what the internet tries to tell you too. They know this is the only way for success. And you convince yourself that it is. The algorithm is going to convince you that this is it. Like, for example, should I become a software engineer because I like video games? Well, if you type that into the internet, it will take a few months, if not weeks, to convince you eventually, yes, I should become a software engineer because that is involved in video games, right? Parents, Chinese parents, in my opinion, are very straight. They know what is necessary, and you trust them unconditionally. Otherwise, there's a lot of friction. So I trust my parents wholeheartedly. I got my A's, I got my 4.0s, went to college, even though they didn't know how to apply to college because I'm the only English speaker and reader at the time that was approaching this decision. So I made the decision to go to college, and then I chose to go to graduate school instead of med school. But that was because that is what is perceived as pragmatic. I become a contributor, and to this day, my parents still want to frame the things I do as a way to be pragmatic and contributing to society, right? And that is very, very valuable. And it's going to be part of me for the rest of my life. But now it's also balanced by other things. So it's a classic East meets West. While at the same time, I love that there's a person out there who's painting for the 1000th time their 6000th fence in a different way. That's so elegant. It's so peaceful. It's like beautiful. But at the same time, on the Chinese side, it's like, why don't you turn that into a business so you can sell and make money, and then like paint actual fences that people would use? You see how that goes? Like, that's, in my opinion, coincidentally, how the internet makes comments all the time now. Like, for example, this is a segment into the why I'm slightly late today. Someone made a comment on Hansa Hero, but it extends to WaniKani. They said, what is the point of using this tool? I think the tool is a massive waste of time if you still are speaking unintelligibly, like you're incapable of speaking intelligibly, right? And my first response is, yeah, because it doesn't teach you how to speak or construct sentences. That's an illustration of Chinese pragmatism as well. When you become incredibly pragmatic and focused and efficient, it means all the other options and purposes and goals don't exist anymore. Now, it's not that they don't know they exist. They're not of concern. They're not of primary importance. So I agree with this comment. You shouldn't expect someone to be able to speak intelligibly from using an SRS system that teaches how to read characters and vocabulary without the context of grammar or sentence construction, right? It's true. So my parents can still be right about all these things that they taught me, but it can also be not important and irrelevant to what the person wants, right? If they think speech is the most important thing, then yes, this would be a massive waste of time. Using a tool that helps you read or kanji and hanzi, thinking that it will help you speak intelligibly, that is a waste of time. But that person, like many people on the internet, project what they think is important. And that is what makes the Chinese culture, in my opinion, the strongest aspect of my parents. They projected and instilled in me when I was a kid, and I had no point of reference, right? What is important? What is important? Hardworking, problem solving, critical thinking, making money, always behaving properly and agreeable in public. Those are the things that they held very dearly and strongly projected onto me. And I get all of it. However, now that I'm an adult, I also can learn far, far more than just that. On the internet, you could learn more than just that, but the algorithm would try to close off your opinions and your mind. It would encourage you to focus on the most important thing and only the important thing. And how do you circumnavigate those types of selection bias? You interact with other people. The irony here is this person is emphasizing speaking intelligibly, involving another person, but the irony is they made a comment that demonstrates to me that they don't interact with other people in the first place. Because the way that person spoke barely even has an indicator of even understanding what the person they're talking to. So that is the consequence of the internet. It's a microcosm, in my opinion, of the hyper-pragmatism of Chinese culture, by coincidence. Now, will YouTube and other companies feel the consequence of this type of behavior? There are pros and cons to this. One is whenever you release something different, it's going to get criticized and canceled because hyperpolarization happens. Behavior gets selected, right? Very strongly. So we'll see. That's interesting. When you turned 18, okay. When you turned 18, your parents decide that since you became an adult, you should be guided step by step into the adult's world. Interesting. So you never had any kind of negative stress because of that? Oh, that's a very, like, that's, we can empathize with that, right? Like, I want to be clear. I'm not saying all American-born Chinese in the United States experience this. For myself, I'm only speaking from my anecdotal, and that is the experience. So we kind of have an empathy point there. We can empathize with each other because when I'm told what to do, it is the easiest thing I can do. If I trust that person and that person's like, hey, you got to do this. I know you really well and you got to do this thing. It's like, heck, easy. Because that person is doing the thinking for me, right? It is sure as heck far more stressful to figure out what to do with my life without direction. And I kind of figured that out along the way somewhere in my 20s. Somewhere in my 20s is when I went beyond the reach of my parents. As in, I want my parents to give me the answers. Or like, I was so used to having my parents be able to like, hey, what field of science should I go into? But now I've gone beyond, and that to me, that very moment is adulthood for me. The moment I have to make decisions for myself. And that quintessentially illustrates, in my opinion, the Western culture. Growing up in the United States, because the moment I left the nest, I had choices. And the choices are incommunicable. They're unintelligible, practically, to my parents, because they don't think those are viable sources of success. They did not grow up in an environment in which that was depicted as success. Like, for example, I wanted to be a competitive gamer at the beginning of esports. I actually had some aptitude for that. I wanted to content create before content creation was a thing. I wanted to create movies and shorts to post on the internet. So that didn't happen, obviously, because I still had my parents around to guide me, and I chose science. Science was very applicable. And I still continue to apply most of the things I learned in science today. But the world would have been very different if my parents weren't as traditionally inclined, right? I actually, for the record, my first career of choice was computer engineering. I was going to go into software development. This is before Facebook took off. This is before Google, by the way. Google, Facebook. And yeah, we're not going to talk about Apple, but it was before Google and Facebook. So I took science. And what does science look like today? You can't predict the future. So as much as I love my parents for all their wisdom, I occupy a very, very different world that they do. So now I take all their lessons and I transform them, right? So that's what happens when you have experience combined with knowledge. They told you what a bank is, how it works, how to avoid scams, how to approach clients in the public, etc. That's timeless wisdom, timeless things. I thank my parents. I actually thank my parents more and more as I grow older, because there are timeless things, timeless wisdom that concerns the human condition, right? The human condition is not going to change that rapidly in one's lifetime. So I still love all those teachings, right? Scam is a human thing, right? Clients, public, those are human constructs, and they continue to be timeless, at least within one's singular life. And then context is something unreachable by my parents now. It's absolutely incomprehensible to my parents. Despite a language barrier, if I were able to still communicate, they would still find it very difficult to accept that it's happening, right? Like the conceptual stage. So it's been a wild 38 years of life so far. And now you help them using the same knowledge they taught you. They always told me, you want to do something, do it. Be careful of how you approach something. Find a method suitable for you to do it. Yeah, that's... I think adulthood, especially in the Western world, I'm being a little general, having choices is, in my opinion, the mark of adulthood. My parents, when I was younger, the mark of adulthood was financial security, a family, and a child. I'm gonna say I don't really have all three of them, and yet they're perfectly content and realize that I will be able to do whatever is necessary, or sufficient, I guess, whatever is sufficient for the rest of my life. So their views have in some way changed a bit, right? What did financial security look like to them? Well, a private practitioner who has multiple colleagues in a clinic, in a self-opened clinic somewhere, with a loving wife and 2 or 3 children. That's probably what adulthood looks like for my parents. And I have none of those things. And they are no less more trusting than they were when I was like 5 years old. I can only remember something involving trust as far as 4 or 5 years old. I can't remember too much beyond earlier than that. So yeah, very I can empathize with that quite a lot, Mattia. Let's see. Back to that. Suffering of all things. Not wait. Painful of all things to sit on. Painful. Painful. What's painful? Yukushi was beautiful. Your parents don't necessarily want financial stability from you, but they would love some kids to care about. Foundations. Human condition, right? Human condition. Having kids is not going to change anytime soon. Evolutionary, like human speaking. Very fundamental. Happiness, my parents continue to say whatever, find happiness, and their happiness might involve having a family. That is also a human condition, desire. No arguments there, right? It's actually one of their consensus for accepting what I am like now. That happiness kind of arguably precedes the other things. I think I made a mnemonic for this, right? Life is cruel instead of crushing. Yeah. Kurushi.
苦しい
Kurushi.
魚屋 新しい
Atarashi. Seibutsu.
生物
Once you find a girlfriend hoping she's the one for you, you'll have some kids. Sounds like your parents are well assured of becoming grandparents. I hope you find the one. I hope you find the one. You have any potential friends already? That might sound like a bit too much of a personal question, so if it's too personal, no worries. Also, because you think having kids is everything you need in your life, absolutely. And so that checks out. That checks out.
お客さん
You don't hear that too often. You hear that, you start hearing things like that type of sentiment less and less often lately, at least in my immediate environment. So it's very refreshing to hear that from a younger person. I think it's a beautiful thing to be able to experience. It's a once in a lifetime thing. Well, okay. The experience itself is once in a lifetime, like the initial experience. Some people, you know, if you're being pragmatic about it, well, you can have more than one children and be married more than once. Right? Understandable. But the first. Talk about order of operations. First time. Okay.
負ける
Makeru.
Daiji
Daiji. Meibutsu?
名物
Meibutsu.
相談
Goldan.
和風
Wahoo.
客室
Yakushitsu. Nowadays, here in Italy, especially, people can't really afford to have babies. That's a big one. That's why the financial security thing goes hand in hand with the having children thing, right? That's kind of one of the objective barriers that have been accumulating or taking chances on having children. It's very similar in the United States when it comes to that idea, because the cost of life is, yeah, the cost of living is raising every day, and salaries stay the same. Yeah, stay the same. So they always delay having a baby affair. Yep. Unfortunately, that's a sad aspect of life. It's mirrored in the United States, and I talked about this in a longer digression, but I'm gonna try to keep this short because I have today I have a slightly longer day. This is also lining up coincidentally with education as well, and how information is available. So oftentimes people who have children or decide to have children end up taking chances, but that chance often coincides with trying to embrace the likelihood of things turning well at the expense of knowing that there are higher chances of like financial instability, right? And all the other things, cost of living going up, projecting things. So there's this like really push and pull when it comes to having children, and the push is much stronger than the pull towards having children, whichever way you decide. But more and more information, financial information, projection information tends to reduce that, and it is how you inform your decisions oftentimes. And in the United States, you can definitely see that when it comes to the coincidence of educated versus uneducated. Not to say that uneducated people are stupid. That's very different. It's uneducated enough versus highly educated. You can see when people have more information, they are less and less likely to take risks. And that involves financial risk, health risk, and future projections. And it goes without saying, I like to believe that in the post-internet world, most people are increasingly becoming more informed. And that actually coincides with all the concerns about those things. I had this like working story about it, but I don't want to go into it too much. It takes I'm going to be talking about it for like days, if not hours right now. But those are very important factors that are involved. Yeah, I think there was some combination of education but blissful ignorance that allowed individuals to take chances on having babies and starting families. Nowadays, though, even those who are potentially more likely to be blissfully ignorant to take chances and conditions and rely on trust and problem-solving skills, like the ability to like not have to worry about the future but live in the moment kind of situation, those are less and less likely with more and more information, right? And I don't think this is like a cultural thing per se. I think it's a human condition thing. It's something very ingrained into humans. The more information you know, the less and less certain things feel, and the more and more you want them to be certain. So making decisions like having children and starting a family requires the appreciation for the unknown, the unexpected, and chances, however slim they may be. It deals with hope, wishful thinking, as opposed to calculated objectivity with more information. And that more information leads to greater and greater uncertainty. Because with more knowledge comes more unknowns. And eventually it delays the question until it's not biologically possible anymore. That's a lot of times how it turns out. Anecdotally speaking, I don't have a single pair of best friends who've considered having children. They are all well-educated people. I'm not saying they're specifically incredibly smart. Like, there's a difference between like stupid and smart versus educated and uneducated. So humans with enough variables thrown at them and enough uncertainty ultimately decides not to take that chance. You don't know how it works in the US, but here in Italy, education is, yes, important, but it is secondary. A university degree doesn't always necessarily mean you'll get a job here. That's not what I'm referring to as education. Education is how informed you are, how much knowledge you are. In Italy, it's no different than, it's universal. We're not talking about the pursuit of a college degree. We're talking about the pursuit of knowledge. The availability of knowledge. The internet circumvents that. Education is secondary regardless if it's in the US, the internet, China, Japan. Education is still secondary. The education you're referring to, which is like a college degree. We're talking about education as in being knowledgeable. The internet has circumvent knowledgeable. So that's what I mean by education, not formal education, like not formal learning things. So yes, it still works the same, but I'm not referring to formal education. That has very little to do with saying that my friends are well informed and well educated. You can choose to be uneducated by embracing only specific ideas. Like, for example, you can say, like, you can choose like financial education is not necessary in deciding to have a baby. It is not important as having a baby for sentimental reasons. That is choosing to embrace chance versus education. Entrepreneurs take greater risks, but they will have greater chances of success in the future because by having risks, they acquire knowledge greater than the educational one. That's not true. That's blatantly not true. I mean, okay, you can have that perspective. I can see a line of thinking, but to me, that's absolutely not true. That's erroneous. That's zeros and ones. Entrepreneurs are educated, and they take educated risks with greater chances of success. Educated people can be entrepreneurs, which also take informed risks to have greater chances. Entrepreneurs are not exclusive from education. You are suggesting that entrepreneurs are not the same as educated ones. That is erroneous. And they have a greater chance of success because collectively, as a group, they take more chances. So when you say greater chance, that's not true either, because if you take the percentage per chance, the odds don't necessarily change. So if you take a uneducated entrepreneur, the risk is probably either equally as bad, lower, or worse. Entrepreneurs who have greater chances of success in the future are educated ones. So they're not exclusive of each other. Uneducated entrepreneurs might actually perform worse than non-entrepreneurs that are educated. They're not mutually exclusive from each other. That is in my opinion, a logical fallacy. Like, do you think a scientist makes entrepreneur decisions? They do. So if you don't educate yourself in business practices, then yeah, you have a lower chance of success financially, for sure. And yes, if you take all the startups, there are far more failed business owners than there are in ways of education. And I don't want to be pedantic about this, but I think it's very important, so I'm going to be this time. There are far more people who fail being ignorant in starting a business than people who even follow prescribed paths for success. So there are fewer, in my opinion, there are fewer people being unsuccessful having a college degree than uneducated entrepreneurs. There are far more failed entrepreneurships than there are people who are educated in formal education. When you compare it based on frequency and percentage, not based on how much you can count in exposure, there are far more number of entrepreneurs than there are educated people, like the educational ones you're referring to, the people who have degrees. So you could make an argument that a small percentage of the large number of entrepreneurs still exceed the number of successful degree holders. So for example, even if I don't exactly know the numbers, but I know this probably is likely the case. If you say the percentage success of all entrepreneurs, right? That's the success rate of entrepreneurs. Strictly all around, including not educated and educated entrepreneurs, right? Let's say it's 5% success. There are so many potential entrepreneurs that 5% could equal, I don't know, let's say 150K, right? Per something. I don't know. It's a number. It's a number. Actually, instead, we'll use variables. So say 5%, it's an X. And let's say 30% of all degree holders, which you are qualifying as educated. But I would argue there are non-entrepreneurs and entrepreneurs. So let's combine them and say overall it's 30%. But for degree holders, the pre-selection is higher. The chances of investing, like the barriers are higher to qualify as a degree holder. So there are Y amounts in this. But say the number Y, can X still be greater than Y with a lower percentage? The answer is a resounding yes, it can. 5% of 1 million, for example, versus 5% of 1,000, 30% of 1,000. It will seem, and it can seem like there are more successful. So X, there are more successful entrepreneurs than degree holders when you count them. But does that mean they have a greater chance? Debatable. I'll chalk it up to be debatable. But I actually would lean towards they actually have a lower chance. They're more successful entrepreneurs at a lower chance of success. So that's probably what I would agree with. That's the reality. And you take your risks. So this, in my opinion, it would qualify as an educated response. Because degree holders can be entrepreneurs and cannot be entrepreneurs, or are not entrepreneurs. And entrepreneurs can be educated, cannot, like, they might not be educated or can be educated. So they're not separated. Education is how knowledgeable you are. And that doesn't, and to make it even wider, it doesn't mean a degree, it means how informed you are. So now we're talking about anyone who's more informed. If an entrepreneur is informed, then their chance of success goes up. If they're uninformed, then their chances go down. Or relatively speaking, their chances are lower when they're uninformed, and it's higher when it's informed. A degree holder who is informed about entrepreneurship probably goes up. And a degree holder who is not informed about entrepreneurship is probably lower. Yep. And I actually think, like, going back to the whole having kids thing, I want to, like, be a little bit more meta about this. I actually think when you know too much, if you're informed too much, your chances of taking a chance goes down. So the more you learn about what it takes, like, continue to weigh, and the more you take into account on what could happen in having a child, the chances actually start going down. For many reasons. One, time passes, right? As you mentioned, delta T, time passes, as well as the more and more things stacked on top of you. That's not to say their chances of success went down. That's different. Their chances of success might actually go up. So, success of raising a baby. So if you are more informed, you're likely to have success in raising a baby. But to take that decision goes down. You are more likely to weigh and wait on making the decision because you are trying to increase your success of raising a child. So now is what I mean by educated people. They're not extraordinary people, they're humans. However, they are all very educated, as in they're very informed people. So over time, as they became more and more informed, they are less and less likely to have children. They don't have too many things to concern, so they don't take the chance. The chance goes down. I have no doubts, in my opinion, that they will be successful in raising a child if they choose to do so. And if I ask them, they probably say, yeah, we have no problems. We probably will step up to the task and be able to raise a child, but we're not going to take the chance. Like, we don't want to deal with it. Like, it's not worth it, right? It's not worth it. And that's kind of, in my opinion, what the world is like today. Independent. This is independent. In my opinion, independent of culture. This specific relationship. Now, what gives culture an edge? Being Chinese can very much help that. Because if my family strongly believes that, oh yeah, like, I know there's all these problems, but you're going to be successful. So culture creates non-pragmatic things, in my opinion, like more sentimental or sentimental reasons. And I love that about people who are still able to take a chance on having children. And one of the greatest contributors to that, okay, yeah, it costs a lot of money to raise a child. A child could get sick, right? For example, your pneumonia, right? There's going to be hardship. We're going to be strained. We have to worry about all these things. But hey, culture, tradition, humans, right? It can circumvent these. It can raise and contribute the chance of taking, despite being more and more informed, right? Like, my parents' happiness supersedes anything. I still want to have a child. Like, even today, I'm 38 years old. The acceptable, like, relationship status I have with a potential companion is going down because the age is going up, right? But I'm still willing to take a chance despite everything that I know that I have to be up for. And it's because my parents instilled a culture in me that, come what may, one of the most important duties, in my opinion, cultural traditionalism, is to have children. And I love that idea largely because it's also part of my parents' culture. If I were raised entirely in an environment or in a culture that deals with pragmatism, capitalism, money, stability, and like career development, then yeah, the chances are pretty much non-existent, or pretty low. We'll just say low. Non-existent sounds a little hyperbolic, so that's probably what I would say. So I do understand what you mean, though. Like, if they take greater risks, right? But therefore they have chances to succeed in the future. If you don't take chances, then you fail by default. All right. If you're looking at the really, really far extreme ends, which is not being an entrepreneur, being an entrepreneur, not being educated, and being educated, and also success and failure, as opposed to looking at a spectrum where you have educated people who are also sound in finances. Someone who's educated is more likely to understand finances than someone who isn't educated, because they do not necessarily have a natural tendency to be curious about it. And in fact, they are more likely to have children as well than people who are educated, because educated people also know the financial risks, or more likely to have the education in understanding the financial risks that are involved in babies, in raising a child. Yeah, it's a really important thing. I told myself I wouldn't digress in it, but you raise a very good point, like excellent points, and hopefully we can talk about this in the future, when maybe society and stuff will change in another 5 or 10 years, and we'll be able to revisit this conversation with more experience. Who knows? Both of us might actually have partners by then. You know, wishful thinking. I abandoned most of my knowledge and finances and business ownership. My parents were business owners. I inherited most of my business sense and whatnot initially, a lot earlier in life, and now I do like understand how money works in the United States. So understanding how capitalism works, I'm pretty financially secure. However, in order for me to continue to love the idea of having children, I must commit to the idea that a child is a financial risk. Having a partner is a financial risk. So instead of letting my education and my informed entrepreneurship take hold of me, I want to believe that investing in a human being and talking to other human being and practicing that day in and day out makes me willing to be a good partner and companion for someone who's also willing to take a chance on me. So otherwise, in terms of Chinese culture, you marry for duty. You marry for being reinforced by your parents' wishes, because that still exists and it's very powerful and it's beautiful as well. Something that I'm not sure a lot of my other colleagues and friends may appreciate. I actually, every time my parents think they are looking, they constantly actively look for someone because they know me very well, or they think they know me very well, I take up the opportunity, and it just continues to fall through because there's too much of a value system difference. So I still do that. My parents would arguably not only married for love per se, they married for duty. They married for traditionalism. What keeps them together today is not because they have a lot of things in common and that they always agree and love each other unconditionally to some extent. They have duty, family, and tradition that keeps them together. It's actually one of those things that I find myself talking to my American friends quite a lot, Americanized friends quite a lot. Like, do my parents love each other? It's like, yes, but not in the way that you might think. They love each other because we're family. They don't love each other because they share common interests or they share life experiences. In fact, they spend most of their time apart, doing their own thing, and actually 90 to like over 50% of the time they're arguing about a difference in value. So it's very different when you factor in culture. But education is being informed. It is agnostic. It's the wielder that gets to decide how that knowledge affects your decision making. And an entrepreneur does not guarantee that they have greater success, because an entrepreneur can open a business only to fail inevitably without knowledge, without education, regardless of where that education is coming from, right? I think the whole idea of degrees being the only educated one is unfortunate, and also thinking that entrepreneurship is where education, practical education, only exists is unfortunate. Who do you think are the most successful, like, say, content creators, for example? You will probably be able to find examples where a vast majority of them are probably not entrepreneurs first. So there are plenty of examples in that situation. Yeah. Thanks for the excellent share, by the way, Natia. I love talking about these things. I hope that's apparent. I want to give it my all most of the time. To express something. Your wrist? Arawasu. Was?
表す
Oh, this was yo. That's why. Love talking about these things. You're gonna try to eat something if you can. Catch you later. Yeah, catch you later. I hope you're getting well, Natia. And I'm glad you have an appetite now. Yeah. Enjoy your meal. Come back with other things. I would love to hear your thoughts about things. I don't know what it's like in Italy, so it'd be great to hear more about your Italy things from Italy. Yeah. Get well soon, right? Get well soon. Get to doing the things you want to do, right? Hopefully, and have a great meal and rest well. Safe recoveries. Alas. Mote, right?
表
Mote. Oh, I added de by accident. Oh, it doesn't have de. It's just the standalone. Okay. I need to correct that. Okay.
家事
I don't. Oh no. Don't know what it is at the moment. A. Awa.
Heiwa
Okay, this one. Oh, koto.
こと
Koto. Determine, right? Kagu? Kagu?
家具
Kagu.
売る
Ooh.
対比
Aihi. Nah. Oh, wait. Hold up. Nagoya? Oh, yeah. Nagoya. Yeah.
名古屋
Nagoya.
Eizo
Eizo. Life insurance. Seiho.
政府
Seiho sounds meh. Hello there, Procall. Hello. How are you? Okay. Do me a favor. Hold. No, pre-rolls are pre-rolls. You can't control them. So they're on and off. It's whatever Twitch does. Okay, you're doing well. Alright. Because Because right now, I'm telling you, right now, quite literally, almost literally, 5 out of 6 people said they're sick, and they just recently recovered from being sick. So you're healthy, right? I'm just saying. I'm starting to sense a pattern here, and I hope you're doing well, like both physically and mentally. Because boy howdy, you haven't been ill in a while. Okay, good. So you were just busy with life and winning, right? You're winning life. You got to tell me some stuff. What are you winning in? Oh, and the pre-roll thing for ads, you can't control that. It's pre-rolls happen every once in a while. I don't really know how Twitch goes about it. You can't turn them off, unfortunately. I'm doing fairly well. Mattia, I just spoke with Mattia just now. They're recovering. They've been gone for a month, or have been hospitalized for a month with pneumonia. So they're just recently coming back 2 days ago, and they're recovering. And then we caught up and we talked about having babies. We talked about having babies. That was like the last hour or two. Yeah, I hope that. Having babies together. No, pro call. Yeah, we were talking about like culture, security, growing up with responsibilities, the whole 9 yards. And then it ended up being like talking about babies, and then like entrepreneurship, education, and it was a long one. And I enjoy it, every moment of it, of course. Also, you have been not consuming any illicit substances in weeks. Are you still feeling good? Are you still feeling good? Does it seem possible? Glad to hear that, if that is your desired effect, right? If you're achieving your desired goals. What is this? Clown on hills. What is a clown in the hill doing? Oh, booze. What the heck is booze for? Sort? Section? Art. Art.
茶屋
Ah, yeah.
家事
Aji.
和室
Washitsu. What the heck? Use matters? Okay, this is weak. So I shouldn't be weak on things, yeah, right? So let's see. I have Yong. You felt awful for the first few days, and you felt a lot better. Awesome, awesome progress. Also, it depends what you count as illicit substance. So, as I do still use nicotine patches, steps, right? Steps. But that's your next battle to tackle. Indeed, indeed. Also, your group project had been going well. Ooh, that's good to know. And you have had no problems with a member that was being passive aggressive. Nice. Although she's angry at one of our group members, as they still haven't shown up to any of the lessons. That's awesome. You remind me of my conversations with Turtle recently. That's awesome that things are working out. Now it's their problem, right? Although, obviously, you have the opportunity to choose if you want to try to mess with that or not. Okay, so this is Yoji. Useful. Okay. How do we go with this? We have task plus thing, right? So task plus thing. I know the read, right? It's probably yoji. On plus on, maybe? So useful? Or no. It's a task thing, so it's still a task. Or errand. It's an errand. Yeah, it's an errand is what I'm looking for. So errand. Things to do. So task, things to do. You're of the opinion that even though it's a group project, your focus is slowly on what you can do as an individual, so you're not worried about what other members are or are not doing. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Have I seen and or played the new game Repo? I have seen the game. I do not. For lack of a better better phrasing, I'll give you a hot take. I don't have a lot of gaming friends, and I don't game with. I don't typically pick up multiplayer games. Most of the time. For various reasons, but one of the reasons would be I tend to pick up games when it is intimately viable to pick up the game. So I choose my exploration of human interaction in a non-multiplayer situation. All right, that's fair enough. You mostly play games alone, but have been playing this with your friends recently. Oh, that's fantastic. I'm glad to hear that you have friends who still like have a common interest, like momentary common interest for a game. I do not. In fact, at the moment, I'm trying to convince, sort of, a compromise of getting someone to play Subnautica 2 with me when Subnautica 2 comes out. Now, the problem with this compromise is that person is okay with playing like Lethal Company and probably Repo in the future and stuff like that, but the ocean, nah, that's off limits. Yeah, so I'm still more on that in the future, but I still buy my time to convince someone who I interact with in a trusting way to play Subnautica 2 with me. They attempted Subnautica 1 and they're like, nah, thalassophobia. No, thalassophobia. No, ain't no way, right? Too stressful. And I have to admit, when I was playing Subnautica, oof. Below Zero was their 1.1.5, so Subnautica and Subnautica Below Zero, and I do actually have recorded Below Zero. That was after I started recording. So let's just say I need time, right? Like I needed time, but this person was like, nah, chief. So maybe the person will come back around, but I am reserving Subnautica 2 for chance. I haven't played with another person in a while, like for recording purposes and sharing purposes. So I don't have like a partner in crime, and that's kind of why Repo does not appeal to me, like first person. But I like watching people. I enjoy watching people play cooperative games. Like for example, I watched a bunch of Split Fiction, right? Haze Light games, Split Fiction. I watched quite a lot of It Takes Two, The Way Out. I played their original game, the creators' original game, The Tale of Two Brothers, but that was actually a single player game using split controls. And I have yet to play the remastered version. I might do that. But until I secure someone who is comfortable Split Fiction? Oh yeah, these are two-player co-op games. Haslight, I think it's the name of the current studio the guy is in charge of. This guy, the guy who heads Haslight, I think now, I keep forgetting his name, recently released the game Split Fiction. And these games are wholeheartedly designed for two-player cooperative. And then It Takes Two was the one that won Game of the Year, by the way, in Games Award. It Takes Two. It was one of the first quote unquote indie to take Game of the Year. I think it was it's either 2022 or 23 for It Takes Two. Or it might be even further back now that I think about it. And then before that was A Way Out. They are specifically designed for two players. It's kind of like yeah, so It Takes Two. Their newest game, Split Fiction, came out last month, or actually it might be 2 months ago. It's either February or March. So their new game is called Split Fiction. Their original game before they formed Haslight was called A Tale of Two Brothers, and it was remastered recently. A Tale of Two Brothers. But that's actually a single player game. Although I think the remaster might allow like separate controls, but it was designed also in single player in mind, where you split half the controller. So half the controller, like the left stick controls the one brother and the right stick controls another brother, and you move them around to interact with each other at the same time. And then that then led to all these other games. But yeah, if you're talking about cooperative games, I'm still trying to secure one person. So yeah, you know, it's one of those things. I am more and more likely to play a multiplayer game when it is incentivized for me to get involved with someone. I don't necessarily have any particular games that I maintain that are multiplayer, strictly multiplayer. I already have so much of that being streaming. So this is off topic, but when you write like just then, did you write in lowercase or uppercase or a mix of whatever easiest to write? I write in caps. I always write in caps. But I was also using my mouse, so I would always write in caps. So that time I was using my mouse, and writing in caps deal with straight edges, right? So I generally write in caps. It minimizes the curves. When I'm writing with a pen, it's still all in caps. And in order to capitalize things, I do this. Or like, this is my typeset for my handwriting, because it's always half. It's a way to normalize my structure. When I write in lowercase, it's for like emails or things that are case sensitive, or like passwords and stuff that are case sensitive. So I would write in lowercase, and I can still write in lowercase. I also write in cursive as well. So there's also cursive on an unrelated note. I also write in cursive when it comes to lowercase. Your offer to play Subnautica is just that, by the way. I hate offering to do stuff like that with people, as I always worry, will it take it as a pressure to take the offer? Yeah, for sure. That's kind of why I don't stretch for that. And also, I have a lot of other pragmatic reasons that would be a barrier. However, this particular person fills a lot of those criteria. The one thing that they can't feel right now is being trapped in the ocean, feeling miserable while I'm like trying to comfort them in a imaginary virtual darkness of dread and echoing sounds. So, you see, that's like, they're okay with like getting scared and you know, other things like stabbings and like serial killers and, you know, Halloween related things, but the ocean is off limits, and I totally understand that. I have to play in short bursts for my own personal sake, and I'm not even considered. Do you have an opinion on whether exposure therapy is effective for stuff like that? No, not really. I can give a personal example. I have serious problems with heights. That didn't stop me from climbing like 20 foot walls with no support and then having to climb down 20-foot walls in obstacle courses. However, that is probably a form of exposure therapy. It doesn't alleviate, in my opinion, exposure therapy, like this is an anecdote thing. It increases the tolerance for something, but it doesn't remove the experience. So in a way, that's probably my opinion. Like, I'm still terrified of heights, and I'll continue to, but the management of the fear is more tolerable. Like, you become practice in it. But that feeling doesn't go away though. It's kind of like saying, do you ever get nervous when you go out to give an important speech? Yeah, it doesn't go away, but the management and the problem solving that comes from exposure therapy exist, in my opinion. It's real. It's real. So that's the opinion. So today, for example, the nervousness of presenting a controversial idea or answering a controversial idea is not coming from the idea that I feel ambivalent about it. I'll continue to feel ambivalent about it most of the time. However, the problem solving that comes from being able to explain something and being able to experience it and then negotiate and manage it is very real. So in terms of exposure therapy, yeah, a possible way of getting that, coercing my friend to play Subnautica 2. How do I go about that without feeling like I'm trying to gaslight them? It's probably not going to happen. I don't usually force and prescribe things to people. Unless they come to me and it's like, hey, MAKU, I do want to play this game, but how do I get to that? It's like, now we're talking. I don't know if this is because I agree with you most of the time, but I still don't think I've you heard give what I would consider a controversial take. That's a fair question. And I don't want to make this sound like it's a tangent to the thing. It's kind of deflecting, but hear me out. Most things are controversial when you choose not to explain it and demonstrate that what you understand and what you don't understand. So I can sound controversial without doing that. Like, for example, educated people. I was just talking about this with Mattia, so let's do a hot take. Educated people tend to not have babies. If I say nothing else, no qualifications, no explanations, like nothing contextualizing what I said, which I don't do out of habit, but just for this very moment to illustrate, if you haven't heard me say a controversial take, I want to use this moment to illustrate that that's, in my opinion, how controversial takes happen. The moment you choose to make a statement that is a generality without any explanation or qualification. And I tend not to do that in most cases. Whenever I choose to share an opinion, I give you a short version, which is the controversial take, and then explain to the best of my ability what I don't know, what I do know, and how maybe 2 or 3 ways to interpret it. And that creates less controversy. It demonstrates that I do have investment in this issue or problem or happy thoughts or whatnot. I give a personal anecdote, something, a piece of me, and then I also incorporate what other people suggested into my discussion. So then it becomes less controversial because I'm including the person's perspective, including my perspective, and what I don't and do know. So I'm qualifying most of them. And even controversial takes no longer sound controversial when placed into that framework. And you can most certainly sound controversial by saying less about most things, like what I just did here, without qualifying it. Poor people tend to have more babies and commit more crimes is another controversial take. Correlation. Yes. Using correlation is inevitably, wholeheartedly controversial. The classic cliche about causation, correlation is not causation, right? So those are controversial takes, and the internet does, in fact, kind of thrive on controversial takes to spark discussion. Hopefully, spark discussion. Anything coming from an echo chamber is probably a controversial take. That in itself, what I just said, is probably fairly controversial. Things that come from an echo chamber tend to be incredibly hyperbolic and trite, as in they're very short, they're understood, they're implied, and if you're outside of that, well, it's controversial when you're outside of that. So what's another echo chamber? I'll do one more that involves something that I hold dear. If you can't speak a language you're learning, then you failed. That was actually a comment, a video comment. If you can't speak intelligibly, then it's a massive waste of time. That's a video comment that I just recently got. That's a controversial take. What's the point of being able to write if you can't speak? Or what's the point of being able to read if you can't speak? Actually, the actual take is it's a waste of time to be reading things if it doesn't help you speak. And I had to respond to that today. So the comment is floating around in one of the videos, I think. So it'll be there if you're ever interested. I find it hard to blame poor people for them being more likely to commit crimes on average, as it is not to do with the individual, but to do with the environment you believe. Okay. I would say that means it is failing rather than is being failed, as that's more of a done and dusted way to say it. Of the language thing I said, or the poor people comment. Oh, the language thing? That's an interesting way to look at it. But it depends on what failure means. Well, I don't want to harp on the whole you're using a cliche terminating statement by depends. Depends doesn't explain anything. One thing I qualify is that that person needs to qualify because it's trite, right? It's a controversial take is because it's incomplete. The idea is not complete. However, there are things you want to ask. Is speech the only part of language? For example, right? You don't have to actually even say failure or qualify most of that and jumping to most of that. Ask if speech is the only component of language. Like what is intelligible about a language? What can be intelligible about a language? And I would probably just stop there until I get a response. I wrote a response. It took me like 2.5 hours to write the response, but I tackled a few of these not depends. I made presumptions based on the person's statement so that it feels less like it depends. I think it depends doesn't explain anything. That makes it controversial. When you say it depends, that's what makes it controversial in my opinion. Also asking if it is a necessary component of language learning rather than being the only component. Yeah. If it's a necessary, I think a very unappreciated article in the English language is using the subjunctive. If it is a necessary and or sufficient component to language learning. And one of my examples, your first thought is people that understand dead languages. That's a bit extreme. Just a wee bit extreme. You can break it down by saying, what is a heritage speaker? I used my own self, so I take whatever words they have, right? Incorporate them into the response. And for myself, I add a piece of myself. I'm a heritage speaker. Can you still be terrible at reading or not reading at all while being able to speak? Like, for example, I could be speaking English and I could not be understanding what you're writing. And the reason why I say it's possible is because I exist. So what am I doing when I'm using Hanzahiro and WaniKani? Well, it's clearly not the thing that that person is looking for. So if we were to take a logical approach in tackling this person's controversial take, is that, yes, I agree with you. If you take the dependency out, if you value speech as an end goal for language learning, intelligible speech, well, this is a low-hanging fruit situation. You targeted someone who's using something for a purpose you cannot value or conceive. Right? If I were to tackle even more about this person, I would probably argue that this person doesn't value writing or reading. And for me, it was a comment about reading traditional Chinese. What's interesting about that is because they only observe me saying English or speaking English on a tool that is supposed to deal with reading, how could you possibly know if speech is either being improved or not at all, or heck, even worsened, when the tool itself is not even designed to do that? So not only is this person not even able to substantiate their claim on their take, their comment is a leap of logic and a projection of what they think is important. So that's where I started. I started with the concession of making some presumptions about what they think is important. And as humbly, probably, likely considered a heritage speaker, the very reason I started using Hanzahiro, which is the comment that they made, was that I couldn't read. There's no amount of no matter how many times you hear that, say that in a pattern to anyone, you're not going to be able to read the characters. There's just no way. Like, you go ahead, like, be my guest. Go and continue to speak and listen to someone for the rest of your life and then write down which character I'm referring to when I say k. Go ahead. Be my guest. I can write down 5 characters that it could be. I can probably tell you how to contextualize them to make them useful characters. Go ahead. This may be going too fundamental, but I think the first thing to define is what is the language. They didn't say language though. They said it's a massive waste of time if you can't speak intelligibly. If you still can't speak intelligibly. Then from that answer, you know the importance of the aspects of learning a language. That is being pedantic, in my opinion. That's likely going to come off as condescending to the person. You start at where, in my opinion, I'm more likely to start at where they are and then use that as a basis for relating and then offering my take on that. So the idea is speech. Speech. So what is a language? Well, there's spoken language and written language, right? And clearly written language is not something that they value, or maybe it's valued less than speaking. And also, they said speaking intelligibly. When you're looking at a product, right? That comment, I'll give a controversial take on that comment here. Tell me that you didn't watch the video without saying you didn't watch the video. Right? Because, hear me out, if you saw what Hanzuhiro is doing, I think you answered the question. So what is the comment trying to say? Like, it's saying a true fact. It's saying a true fact. You can use Hanzuhiro for a very long time and you wouldn't be able to speak intelligibly. So in that case, how do you make it productive and informative outside of just saying you right? I agree. Because the tool is not designed to do that. Also, who cares what they consider a waste of time? I do. That's the whole point, Prokal. I care what you're talking about too. That's probably the difference between you and me. I don't have to have it affect me, but I care about what other people think. Why? It's important. I interact with other people. How else are you going to be able to answer that question? How else are you going to be able to educate people who are not willing to be educated? When you have a conflict, how are you going to solve those things? You can choose to avoid them if you want. It will get harder. I didn't stream because I was expecting people not to disagree with me. If I didn't care about what people thought or consider a waste of time, I wouldn't be streaming. Some people stream because they have to, because they think it's a financial security. I'm not streaming for financial security. I'm streaming to find out what other people think. That's the challenge to my conversationalism. I can tackle controversial takes because I practice tackling them. Right? I practice what I preach. In this case, most of the time I don't practice what I preach. I pass along information that other people know better than I do because they're more experienced. Right? Like, for example, a bit of a tangent, but those tell me without telling me, I find so fun trying to think of ways to indicate what it is without stating it. It is fun. It's also ironically humorous as well. Personally, caring about what every single person you interact with thinks could be unproductive a lot of times, especially when interacting on social media. Protocol, you're making an incredible assumption about what I'm doing here. Is it every single person I interact with? So that's a projection right here. You're setting the stages. That is true. I agree with you. You're doing, in my opinion, you're doing exactly what this person is doing. Personally, I agree with you. Thinking and caring about every single person I interact with, well, could be counterproductive a lot of times, especially when interacting on social media. But is this every single person? Sorry, do you care what every single... No. Like, I do. That I interact with, that I choose to interact with. Right? So every single person I choose to interact with, I care about. So this person isn't just any person. This is a person who made a video comment on video 81 of Hanzahiro, giving me a hot take. And it's a video comment that I got after like 60 straight over actually 81. This is the third video comment after 81 days of Hanzahiro. It's not just anyone. It's pre-selected. So I have time for that. And it's very productive because I don't have a large sample size. So not only does it require context, I already provided the context. It was a video comment about my video. I don't have very many video comments. And yes, I do care about every single person I choose to interact with. I do care about what they think. Do I ever get the answer for that? No. Do I care about if I got the answer for that? No, I don't. If that person choose never to respond again, I can't think about or concern myself with things I don't know. So that is probably, in my opinion, why I agree with your first statement. When you said, do I think about every single person I interact with, what they think can be unproductive? No, I don't linger on things I don't have answers to. Are the interactions still productive even if the other doesn't change their mind at all, in your opinion? It's productive to my practice, not theirs. You can try to change them if you want, but that is a goal-oriented thinking. Your goal is to change that person's mind. If you don't achieve it, is it productive? The answer is no. And then you're asking, what is my goal? Which I already explained previously. It's the act of forming a response to it. So the process of answering that person is productive. Much like the questions you're asking now and the conversation and the explainers you're having now indicates that you avoid people's opinions and perspectives. You choose to project your own perspectives and make assumptions on what you know as opposed to embracing what you don't know yet, right? Or taking into account what you don't know yet. So, like, for example, what was my goal in doing that? That's great that I have a goal where I do not need to consider whether interactions will change their mind for it to be productive for me. Yeah. That's turning my thing into an endpoint, but that's a different topic. I choose to interact with something and make it productive. As in, it becomes productive because I choose to invest effort into it. It's not because it is productive or it will be productive that I choose to engage in it. It's kind of like going to a movie without knowing what you're going to watch versus I know I'm going to like the movie, so therefore I'm going to watch it. Yeah, I saw this comment in Neverwinter yesterday on the topic. So, a great example of goal-oriented versus process-oriented expectations, right? The goal, it's great that your goal is not dependent on changing the person's mind, right? That's still framing it in the same way. Now the goal is independent on changing the person's mind. Process is, hey, I'm going to see what is the best way I can answer this question. What did I learn? What did I learn from doing it? It could end up being non-productive. It could be productive. I won't know until I do it. However, generally speaking, when I insert effort, you can call it a crutch, probably. It's human condition, in my opinion. Often when you insert effort, it mostly ends up being productive to the self. So yeah, I do care about everyone I choose to interact, because I don't know if it's going to be productive or non-productive. I know that doing the act assures me some form of effort, and that effort can generate productivity. Avoiding it or ignoring it is zero, no matter what. No matter what you do, if you avoid, ignore it, it's zero. However, it guarantees the goal that you set forth, right? So if you're saying your goal is to not care about someone, right? The way you're phrasing it, right? Avoiding guarantees it. It guarantees not caring about someone at some point, or it's more likely to guarantee it. So you achieve that. So it's great that I have a process where it's not necessarily important or not if I change the person's mind or not. Because if it changed a person's mind, I'm still happy. If it doesn't change a person's mind, maybe, like, you know, like it's a possibility. There was a chance that I might change their mind, but that wasn't the point. I didn't spend 2.5 hours trying to change the person's mind, nor confirm my own principles. Like I wasn't there. It didn't matter if it's productive or non-productive. I wasn't worried about it. I was actively trying to answer the question to the best of my ability, or the statement to the best of my ability, without concerning whether it's productive or not. That's probably a wonderful example. I did it and then find out if it's productive or not. In this case, it was a mixed bag. It was a mixed bag after I spent 2.5 hours typing the response. Do you consider this productive? Because if I didn't do it, we wouldn't have this discussion. I actually in another way, I kind of did this so I had a story to tell for stream. So that's kind of what I did. In the Mattia discussion, I also weave this in. So you could kind of say the goal was that too. So I had a mix of both. Like I'm suggesting that it's both. Hopefully it's not one or the. Did you consider interacting with you? I consider interacting on stream productive? Yeah. It's very productive. I get to reflect upon my, my statements. I didn't express any of this on the comment. So the response had none of this. Right? No, sorry. Was that what you were asking me? Do you consider? No. Perfectly fine. I wasn't asking directly to. I'm not sure if I asked you if that. That's a good question though. Do you find this productive? I mean, that is a pretty interesting question. I know that I already planned this. So this conversation that we're having is already planned in advance. For me, it's both. I have some goals. I have some goals that are related to the process, and I have some goals related to an endpoint. So if you wanted to know what one of my goals are, right? If you wanted to know what my goals are, one of the goals is I have a story for stream today. So that's what I did. I mentioned it when I was talking to Mattia, and I mentioned it when we're talking right here. So that was one of it. However, my choice to do it was not based on this only on this. It was because I wanted to know what happens. I want to know what that guy thinks, right? I'm very curious. What I want to know. Are they gonna respond? Because if they do, we're gonna double down. Hello there, Gecko. What's up? I hear people are being productive here. Oh, there, Gecko. Do you guys want to look at this? I mean, I guess I can share this another time. It's a video comment, so it's on day 81 of Hanza Hero. So it's not like it's a private thing. It's there for public viewing. I talk about video comments when they rarely come up, right? And usually most of the video comments are incredibly hot. They're incredibly hot. I could ask Gecko, because Gecko likes language learning as well. I like to say that conservatively. So, Gecko, my story for today. I'm not gonna go over the entire story again. I feel like we are connected in a way that requires less explanation. I got a video comment today, and someone told me, "What is this? Seems like a massive waste of time if you still speak unintelligibly." That's it. That's all you get. That's the comment. And it was pointing to day 81 of Hanza Hero. And everything else today that I prepped and talked about is related to that comment. It's a setup for all that, for that story. And I really appreciate Procol coming in with the challenging statements. To make it a little bit more humorous, that it is a bit of tell me without telling me in this statement. And most of my video comments, Procol, doesn't stretch too far from that. Tell me that you didn't watch the video or know anything about the context without telling me. That's usually what most of these video comments are. And is it a bad or a good thing? I'm not sure. It's a thing I'm very used to, and it correlates with a lot of internet behavior, and I could kind of rationalize and explain it. However, I'm kind of agnostic. What I'm not agnostic about is trying to do different. So, while this person probably spent, in my opinion, 5 minutes writing the comment, right? Not 5 minutes watching the content. 5 minutes writing the comment, right? I choose, and I had 2 hours. I had 2 hours before I had started stream, so I spent 2 hours and 30 minutes writing a comment to this person. Is it productive or not productive? I have a story that we're talking about this very moment. So, to me, it's worth it. Instead of saying whether it's productive or not productive, I say it's worth it because I have happy dollars. Happy dollars are my currency. I chose to post that video, and it's not just any comment. It's a comment to my video. And that, to me, it's at least worth 2.5 hours of a writing. And it was 5 paragraphs long. And Gecko and I humorously talked about character limits. I'm trying my best. 5 paragraphs about like 1,000 words is, I think, a kind of hitting a limit on the comment section. So does that mean I care more about the topic than this person? Maybe. Who knows? I'm genuinely curious if the person thinks that I believe using WaniKani, which Gecko does use WaniKani. If you use this, is this going to help you speak intelligibly? No, it's not. Is it going to contribute to it in some indirect way crazily? It's up to the user. Right? The user can possibly make that connection themselves. However, the person making that comment won't ever know. They won't know because they don't watch it. They don't know because they're not going to talk to you. If you don't talk to them, then there's an absolute no chance that they're going to talk to you anyways. And what would I prefer to do? I take a chance on people. Like, absolutely. I'm going to take an investment on people. I think, like you, Procall, and Gecko, for some coincidence, you guys are always choosing to be here at the same time. Are you sure you guys aren't the same person? I will continue to choose to take chances on talking because I don't have that many chances. Right? I do agree with you though, that whole, if you interact with someone, it can be non-productive in the long run. When that possibility comes up, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about who I ignore, who I avoid, or who I skip over because I don't no longer have enough happy dollars. So until happy dollars are in short supply, I will continue to pretty much interact with every single person who choose to comment on my video until I can't. And then we'll talk about brass tacks and cut some corners and whatnot. Character limit links back to what we talked about a while ago with how social media pushes towards the simplification of idea. Yeah, you'll never know. And I won't stop giving up on that. For now, right? I really don't want to give people the impression that if they make a comment that's like 1 minute's time, you're not going to get like a 3 to 4 hour investment from me. I think for every time it's not productive, the one productive moment on the internet is worth everything. So you and me and Gecko are worth all the times that I try to interact with someone. And it's not like it's non-existent. It's like once every month, maybe once every month. And I will take that I'll take those chances. Any possible form of communication is worth it. Because I can. Right? I know, weird flex, but because I can now, I will do it. In the future, and for other people, they might not have that luxury. Like one day, I'm gonna go off and work, right? Or go back to academia. Then I won't have that luxury anymore. So yeah, I will then choose to ignore people because it costs too much. Like figuratively, not literally. Yeah. You just saw the comment and read your response too. We've had the happy dollar discussion before, so I think it's great that you're consistent and put your money where your mouth is. Happy dollar pun there. Yeah. I really genuinely want to know. By the way, I even looked at that person's channel. I look at everyone's channel who makes a video comment. I hope you guys know that. Like, if you say you have a channel and you have a Twitch account or a YouTube account, after I talk to you and you respond, and even if you choose to solicit me in some way, I look at what you're doing. So what does that guy do? He has a comment on his YouTube channel that says a random YouTuber. Sounds about fair. Has one video. It's on a game that I'm aware of. Actually, it's one shot. It's a roguelike game, top-down, isometric pixel game. It was posted 5 years ago. He has less than 100 views on it. He has a few subscribers based on that one video, probably. And his banner is a picture of the sky look of New York City. Right? So, if they're not going to invest in me, I'm still going to try to invest in them. And I do this for everyone. So far, because I have time to do so. So, don't be... I hope this doesn't make people uncomfortable, but when you share something on public, it's beautiful. In my opinion, it's important. I want to stop people from throwing away their comments. In my opinion, not that I can or it's possible. I do not like the idea that people cheapen other people so easily online. And this is one of the few things I practice what I preach. So I don't always practice what I preach because I do preach other people's experiences. And those experiences are unique to them. Like I can't do what Hank Green does, but I certainly would preach what they're doing or reiterate what they're doing. But for myself, this is one of the few things that is uncompromisable. Do you try and have a life that means you'll always have time to do that? Do I try and have a life that means I will always have time to do that? Hold up. Let me process that for a moment. Do I try to have a life? Or wait. If I try, I have a life. I think that's probably a more controversial. That sounded like it was a little bit more confusing. I try and therefore I live. Is probably I might not be getting your question properly. To live is to try. Do you try to live in a way that means you will always have time to do that? Is what I mean. Oh. Do I try to live in a way that means I will always have time to do it? There's a bit of a paradox there, but hear me out. I try, and therefore I live. Now, can I always guarantee that I'll always have time to do that? No, but I'll certainly always try. So let me write this out. It's a little convoluted. To answer your question, I will always try to have time to try. In a different way is in a different way for me is to live I will always try. I think life, if I start telling myself that I shouldn't try anymore, like I just give up on everything I do, then I would cease to feel like I'm living. So yeah, I would definitely say I usually always try to have time to try things. I don't always succeed in doing so because I can't predict the future. So trying, I'm okay with saying always, because trying means that I might not be successful. Right? That I try, therefore I am. Yes, I try, therefore I am. I am the person today, right? I am the person I am today because of attempts, because of trying. There are times when I try something and it does not succeed, right? Or it doesn't work out the way I want it to, or etc. But if you stop trying to get up in the day, like you go to sleep and you stop trying to get up in the day to look for all the things you're going to make an attempt to try in your day, then in my opinion, in a very dark way, that's like giving up on life. That you just stop trying. You don't want to try anymore. Like life is so colorless when you live without possibilities. Hear me out. I think that there are plenty of people who would disagree with me. Like plenty of people who disagree with me because they believe, and I can't understand it obviously, but I respect that they believe they can anticipate all the things before they do them. So they only do things when they know the outcome, or they know that it is the outcome. And I'm like, yeah, I also do some of that. I try to do that. And I also try to do other things. Right? Sometimes I take a chance. Sometimes I don't. I try to do both. Do you worry about gaining a bigger online following? Too far. It's probably also why that's probably not happening as much, because I don't worry about it. But if I get a bigger online following, that's too far in the future to think about, or even if it's a possibility. So I can't control that at the moment because I don't concern myself with it. I also have no control over it, right? So if I don't have control over it, I try not to worry about things I don't have control over, because I can't possibly know what would happen then. However, in the meantime, I work with what I have. Do or do not, there is no try is a terrible saying. Do or do not, there is no try. Yes. I don't want to, I think terrible is kind of too harsh for me. Do or do not, there is no try, for me, is a very disagreeable saying. It's very uncomfortable to me, because it leaves no room for mistakes. No room for mistakes, no room for unexpected emergent results, and it leaves no room for self-reflection or retrospection. Because if you do or do not, then that's all that matters. It doesn't matter if you try to do something and you fail because you didn't do it, right? Controversial, very controversial. For me, I often do not do things fully anticipating that I'll be successful. Or like concern myself with the success. So am I going to be successful doing this? Whatever this is that's becoming. No, yeah, I haven't thought about it at all. So the whole question about worrying about gaining a bigger online following, I haven't even thought about that. So my honest response to that is I don't know, because I didn't think about it. I will try my best to answer that in the future though. And one of the ways I've answered that in the past was when I get there, I will have to negotiate how much time I have, how much I can physically do. And that's probably one thing I would probably have to do. So at least that part will be part of it. The facts are that I don't typically think about it. Have you heard of the idea that everyone will always do what they most want to do all the time? Intriguing. In a super rudimentary way, I would say you could probably argue that to be true. Like if you were stepping back really, really far, like really far, you are ultimately motivated by what you want to do, right? Like if we're stepping back to human condition, right, way back in human condition, I could say yes. I'm not surprised there's an idea that everyone will always do what they most want to do all the time. Very, very far back though. Like we're talking about an overseer looking down on the Milky Way far back. One of the ways you've answered that in the future past, I think I just got you about to reveal your time traveler. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so people asked me this question before in different forms. Like, I can't wait till you blow up because I've had such a wonderful conversation with you. Turtle said that recently to me in the past, inquiring about the future or implying about a future. And my answer was, I'm very flattered that like this wishful thinking about blowing up. However, I don't think about that because I prefer to demonstrate that this moment now is the most valuable thing. So the conversation me and Turtle has, that compliment is the most important thing. Whether it blows up or not, and I want to dispel the idea like there's no guarantee or not, the hopefulness, the wishful thinking is the most important thing that I love about the comments, right? So like these discussions we have now, whether they come true or not, I don't have lots of answers. You have no scientific knowledge on the topic, but you have questioned the true nature of free will in the past. Me too. If we had a full understanding of our brains, could all our behaviors be predicted? Exactly. And now this is where I don't have enough scientific knowledge on this topic, nor like universal perception of this topic. However, the world is a simulation. Goodbye. I'm kidding. So let's not step into like simulation territory and like let's not talk about like, oh dang it, your message failed to send. Oh no. Is there any chance you can copy and paste it again? We're not going to go into like the world is a simulation with calculated parameters that are predetermined or like fatalistic or deterministic in this today, maybe not today. I feel like I'm not going to get to Wagotabi today. One of the examples is that some people might say that they don't want to do a workout more than they would want to just sit down at home but still work out anyway. But the argument is that they want to achieve the goals that working out would progress towards more than they would want to just sit at home. So therefore they do actually want to work out more than they want to just sit at home. Yes. Again, if you step back really, really far, keep stepping back really, really far. When you step back really far, human rationale can make sense of it. So, for example, what is the difference between I like helping people because it makes me feel better versus I like helping people because other people are happy or get to be happy? To me, right? To me, I get to help people. They are happy, and therefore I am happy. So you could step back even further, and you can skip, I help people because it makes me happy. If you dive deeper, like if you go into the problem, right, and look at the process of it, you can probably discern nuances between two different people. For example, I help people because I can, but it is not always successful. So therefore, not every single time I'm happy because of it. Right? That's a possibility. If you step back far enough, it might sound like it's always happening in the same series of events because you're talking about a goal and a leap of logic. Because you have to leap many, many ways. So if you're saying, for example, your logic here, they don't want to do a workout more than they want to sit at home but still work out anyway, right? But the argument is that they want to achieve the goals. What are those goals? Because that may actually differentiate between whether they actually want to work out or sit at home from the other person. So if you compare two people who decided to both work out, but they rather sit at home, but they did the workout anyways, you can differentiate between one person who may care less and one person may care more. But if you take one person in isolation and you step back far enough, you can explain most things by self-motivation. This is like a roundabout way. I'm deflecting because it's a cyclic argument. So it just keeps cycling back on itself. And that's a great, wonderful $1 million question. It's kind of like answering the meaning to life. Like, why do you try? And I try that. I try it every once in a while, like geckos, the nature of free will, right? The nature of free will. Yeah, then you can ask if them being happy wouldn't make you happy, would you still do it? Exactly. So, in my opinion, hear me out on the cyclic argument thing. I try to step in far enough that I can differentiate between the two. Now, you can always choose to step even further in, like Inception, right? You can incept, I don't know how, you can dive deeper until you get some clarity between the two things you're comparing to. Otherwise, if you step back, well, everything becomes so general that you wouldn't be able to distinguish the difference anymore, right? And that's fine too. There's appropriate nature, like appropriate ways to approaching both of these things. For myself, when someone doesn't understand that I like to help people because I can also tell you that when I help people, they don't always end up being happy. Happier. So if you're saying, if someone were to generalize like, oh, you help people because it makes you feel better, it's like, no, I help people and sometimes it doesn't make me feel better. I help people because I can. That's the difference. right? I choose to help and invest in people regardless of the outcome. So there's a difference between that. But you could make an argument, oh, I just do it because I want it more. And I'm like, well, I can't want an unexpected outcome. Or you could, I guess. Like if you step back far enough, you could say, oh, I just wanted to help people because I wanted to know what would happen. But that still differentiates between someone who claims that I help people because I get clout, which I don't. When I help people, it blew up in my face so many times. Unconditionally. Like, it's blown up in my face so many times. Like, when you say non-productive, right? So many things I do are inherently non-productive. And then you're asking yourself, then why do it in the first place? Because I'm doing it for the moment it is productive. I'm willing to gamble on people. So for so many failures, I try. I try because I always try. So if it fails, it fails. It's not productive. But if I don't try, it's not going to happen regardless. Unless you wish the universe is predeterministic and it just somehow happens on its own, then we're going back to talking about free will again. Yeah, so I don't give up. I continue to try. But the do and do it thing is like, yeah, you kind of hit a nerve there. The do or do not, there's no try. It's hard for me to talk to someone who is gonna hold me to that, to agreeing to that. Is it my first time streaming Wagotabi? It isn't. It isn't my first time. We're catching up on content update. Wagotabi is a crowd-funded from zero game that is mirroring traveling and discovering Japanese culture while going from zero to however long they get support. It's Patreon supported, so it gets monthly updates, almost monthly updates. And there's been 3 or 4 updates since the last time I played. And they're trying to cover a particular prefecture. I think it's the Kawagawa? I forgot which prefecture it's in. But they are trying to make language learning, teaching Japanese like conversation and stuff in an RPG manner while exposing a virtual trip around Japan. And then they're phasing out English, or phasing out the default language localization progressively as the whole game is graded to the kanji you have, or in the Japanese you have. So eventually your menus and everything gets replaced. So then you'll only be playing a Japanese game by the time you get to that competency, right? So it's a really neat thing. It's been going on for, the official launch was over a year ago now. But yeah, Wakatabi. Yeah, then, but I guess there are many things you can do, but don't. So I don't like that answer. There are many things you do, but you don't. Have you heard about the streamer Speed going to China? I've seen people say that he helped US-China relationship with those streams. You mean like I show Speed? I can't make a comment about the streamer, but that sounds delightful. I can't obviously professional courtesy. I don't watch I show Speed. Occasionally Speed comes up in conversations with like track and field and stuff, and like sports things that I watch. So that's how I know the streamer, and that's about as much as I know. This person and I are cut from very, very different cloths, but that sounds amazing. If it's helping US-China, allegedly helping US-China relationships, that's pretty cool. It kind of makes it weird in my position considering I'm diaspora from China. If you know what I mean. Like, I'm a product of diaspora from China. But hey, I show speed. Good for him. Awesome. Yeah, I have no idea. I'll take a look at that. I'll make a comment next time. I'll take a look at this this idea. I'm familiar with the name though. Yeah, I'm familiar with the name. That sounds fantastic. You downloaded the demo a few days ago. It's funny. Oh, you downloaded a few days ago. You haven't decided to commit to it yet. Yeah, the project is one price gecko. Sorry, not sponsored by Wagotabi, right? But the Wagotabi is also the name of the developer group. They named it after it. It's a one price, and it's just gonna go. Patreon is where they get most of their things, but when they are spreading, they're trying to get it added to Steam, by the way. So the more people who wish list Steam, once they pass a threshold, they're going to release it on Steam. And for full disclosure, I've already this would be day 6 of Wagotabi. It's in the title. I already made a full disclosure. For whatever reason, somehow the Wagotabi team emailed me, and I'm a nobody, right? I know that sounds a little dramatic, but it's not as dramatic. It doesn't really hurt me that much. I am someone who barely started language learning yet, right? And I was still doing the Duolingo Japanese thing, but they emailed me, and so I've been playing on a beta build that is current with the current App Store build of Wagotabi. So I'm playing the steamed, or what looks like the Steam current build of it, which is mirrored, and it looks like it's being maintained. So at some point, I'll be able to say, hey, you can pick it up for PC if you want. Whenever it's... Originally, they had it for Q1 of 2025. Originally, it's founded on Q1 of 2025, but there's not enough wish listing. Like, people aren't as interested on Steam, so they're just gonna push it until enough people wishlist it, right? So, yes, I've been looking for edutainment games for a really long time now. Shashinko is the other Japanese game. So, so far, those are the only 2 Steam games that are Japanese focused. There's still Noun Town, but that's like promiscuous. It's a modular system, so like Duolingo modular system. And then design, and a new game was released yesterday. April Fools, I'm kidding. Was released yesterday called So to Speak. It got delayed a couple times, but we will be playing that game this month. Right after Wagotabi, probably. And it is Eric Anderson. I think that's the guy's name. It's an indie project by him. Just him. And it's a contextualized one. So you're going to travel and you're discovering it in a different way. So it's often been kind of parallel to be of comparison to Wagotabi, but they both take different approaches. And we're going to play that too. And I kid you not, every evening I scour to see if I can find any other games, like different games when it comes to using target language, because I want people to have fun too. Like, hey, here's a great game to try out your new language skills, you know? You don't have to speak all the time, you can listen and read. So Wagotabi was definitely one of them. Shashinko was one of them. And So to Speak is this month. The 20-year-old popular American YouTuber, I Show Speed. has kicked off a journey in China that has already garnered massive global attention, which indicates a broader trend of digital influencers bridging cultural gaps and creating alternative channels for foreign audience to understand a vibrant China. That sounds amazing. Good on him. That's awesome. And I hope that's something to really inspire bridging. Obviously I have reservations regardless of how influence is being portrayed, but generally speaking, nice. That's what Chinese embassy said on iShow Speed streaming in China. Oh, okay. Did you participate in any April Fool's tomfoolery today? I did not. But Mattia and I started with the April Fool's thing. So I asked Mattia, do you have any interesting April Fool's stories, right? And Mattia said, "Oh, I don't do very much." But back in when they were 8 years of age, they played a prank about lying to their grandmother that their brother was almost ran over, and then they chased, and that's where it all started. That led to having babies and stuff. I know it's a huge leap, but we got there. Now, in terms of my April Fools, during that I explained mine. I grew up in a Chinese household. And the type of form of expression, long story short, how we got to babies, by the way, and cultural and East meets West, you can fill in the blanks possibly. I'm not going to reiterate this time, it's going to take too long. The Chinese culture doesn't have this element, and by the time I became an adult, it's more of a creative process now. So I do have an April Fool's share though. This month I'm also playing Dave the Diver again. I played Dave the Diver during the 1.0 launch, but Dave the Diver since had multiple content updates, right? MinRocket is the developer, which is part of Nexon Korea. They announced on April 10th that there will be a Like a Dragon collaboration for Dave the Diver. So around after April 10th, I will be revisiting Dave the Diver. Now, what does this have to do with April Fools? The way I engage and participate in April Fools is based on content creation now. So I love when developers release April Fool's jokes, especially video game developers. And Dave the Diver, MinRocket, released April Fool's joke, and their video was Dave the Diver remastered, and it's like this really choppy, disagreeable 3D rendering and like mocapped live action version of Dave the Diver with like 3D images. In case you're not familiar with Dave the Diver, it's a 2D retro 32-bit love song, like love letter, basically. Love letter to a bygone era, right? So they made Dave the Diver remastered, and at the end of the title splash it says coming to you like in 2049 or something, and that was the joke, and I thought it was really funny. So that's all I had time for because it was right before I went to bed. I did a bygone era, yeah, the 32-bit era. It's coming back, but it's still not. It's more of a millennial thing, right? If you were in the millennial era of gaming, you love your mini games on top of mini games on which on retro, and it stays indie most of the time. MinRocket, Dave the Diver is easily what it feels like to embody myself as a video game. So I absolutely loved it. Dave the Diver is game of 2023, I think. We're heading back at some point. I'll talk more about Dave the Diver in the future. You purchased Shashinko 2 recently. Oh, haven't started, but looking forward to it. You're actually playing through the latest Life is Strange at the moment, not language learning related. Oh, okay. I think Life is Strange is only dubbed in English, unfortunately, right? It would be so awesome. Wait. It's Square Enix. publisher. I'm not sure if they had different localizations for Life is Strange. That'd be kind of interesting. In Hearthstone Battlegrounds, the max stats a minion can have is 2 to the 31st power due to 32 bits. Yeah, you're right. I've seen that. I've seen that max hit before. All right, guys. I really appreciate the questions. I wasn't expecting to digress pretty hard today. We'll see if we get to it. But yeah. April Fools. I'm not you. Nah, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's 31, not 32, because it starts at 0 and not 1. Yeah. Yep. That's how coding works. Actually, are you in coding? You're in coding, right? Protocol? Yeah. Coding starts at 0. 0 is the first. Not all of them, but most of them like to start at 0. AI and data science, yeah. It's an adjustment. Imagine trying to explain x minus 1. I'm annoyed as there really hasn't been much coding yet. In due time, hopefully. All right, let's finish this. I think I have like 3 more reviews or 4 more reviews because we crossed 6 p.m. or something like that. Shashinko is a beautiful. By the way, Gecko, I had a rare opportunity to exchange like 4 messages, like 4 chats with the developer when I was streaming Shashinko. And full disclosure, I bought Shashinko. I think Wagotabi inspired me to look for other games, and Shashinko came up. But I did get a chance to exchange a momentary conversation with the Shashinko developer, Ryan, and I accidentally called him a wrong name, which is kind of funny, and he just played along until later I realized that I got his name wrong. But anyways, a lot of people are trying to like nudge him really hard to create a DLC for Shashinko, but based on my really limited conversation with him and then his Discord and whatnot, it took a lot out of him. I'm gonna say that it took a lot out of his passion for Japanese language learning, so in order to bring that game to light. And it's obviously that's one of the hardships or like difficulties of being an indie developer, right? So it was pretty much him, and maybe he keeps teasing questions about like, hey guys, if I were to make a expansion to Shashinko, what are the ideas? There are teases here and there, but I asked him full flat. I was like, I was sort of beating around the bush a little bit. I was like, hey, so look at all these other possibilities, wink wink, hint hint, nudge nudge. But he was saying like, well, it's a possibility, and that's one of those things. Like, yeah, it's understandable. I tried to explain imaginary numbers to your mom, but it didn't work. Imaginary. Oh boy, imaginary numbers. All right. Gazo.
用事
用事 food things. Okay.
食事
Easy. All right, we got 4. Oh, we got 10 coming at 7. We'll probably have to hit those too.
み
Eat.
床
Yuka. I'm sorry to hear about Procaw's mom's lack of imagination. That is such a dad joke. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. bonus points for making it a mom joke, like a joke about mom. That's hilarious. Oh, I should have saw that coming. That was such a low-hanging fruit. I guess it's not so low-hanging for me. I have a lack of humor. Were you trying to think of something to say about that just then? Oh, the imaginary number thing? No. I was sorry. I was trying to finish. I'm glad you didn't. If you were, though, I've gotten you behind schedule too much already. The imaginary thing? Well, I think Gecko. I don't know. I don't have too much coding experience, unfortunately, or math anymore. Under practiced. It'll be fun to learn math again. I don't know how interesting. I feel like it's another can of worms, to want to learn another language, but man, I can only imagine what it's going to be like if I decide, hey guys, I will learn how to code in Python again. It wouldn't be out of the question. It's something I do know. It might as well be Spanish. But I would need like some sort of sentimental connection. Like maybe someone else is learning Python, or someone else is doing something in Python, or I have a friend that I trust that wants to learn Python. But heck, you be here for it anyway. Yeah. I even made Scorch Earth in Python, or using Pygame. The Pygame, what do you call them? Modules? I don't know what they're called anymore. But I even made a Scorch Earth, a basic Scorch Earth mini game in using Pygame. The other ones, just please don't try and learn assembly. Yeah, you're gonna have to at some point, but the other ones are R, Perl, MATLAB, R, Perl, MATLAB, and like C. But really, really loose on C, like super loose. I have no JavaScript, like JavaScript or Java or JavaScript experience. But think about what the experience is going to be like. I think the experience is going to be like language learning here, only times 10 of the pedantic like hot takes experience. So I don't know if I'm prepared conversationally in order to do that yet. Maybe we could consider it in the future. Heck, it may be assembly. I don't know. Hello there, Uni. Yeah, something to consider. Life takes me. Many moons ago, you used to play a lot of Blood Bowl. 40k, interesting. You coded a small program to calculate dice roll odds for Blood Bowl. I think that's the only real thing you did outside of school. I see. You and my close friends. Did I already mentioned my best friends are identical triplets, right? And one of their hobbies, while my hobby is gaming, like
since the ripe old age of 4.5 years old or 5 years old. Their pastime hobby was 40K and everything dealing with 40K. We're talking about molding, conversions, modeling, games within the games. When I first met them, and they still do it now. They have a hobby blog that's over 20 years old now, I think. 20 years old. And then they write Eric, one of them, write a magazine. They uphold a zine that deals with that hobby stuff. I kind of try to perseverely look up that stuff. We are cut from different interests for sure. If I am interested in conversationalism, they are interested in 40K. So take whatever my investment is in conversationalism and public speaking and then channel it into 40K. That's probably their thing. We're colleagues. We're best friends. We all also have PhDs in science, but very, very different interest. Very different. In fact, actually right now, Eric is particularly interested in photography, but vintage, I would say vintage photography and the principles of like optics and whatnot when it comes to the pragmatic application of photography. You mostly played online. You've never owned a physical game or miniatures yourself. You always find it interesting but never got into the hobby. Me too. At arm's length. I had a there's a mental reason I don't have it. I didn't get into the hobby largely because I have a vice, and one of the vices is materialism. It doesn't sit well with me. Like, what I mean is, it sits so well for me that financially and mentally, it becomes a place where I no longer am able to manage. So that's one of the few things I would say I avoid. So, there you go. Sorry, guys. I want to tell you that there are things that I don't avoid. Like, if you have the will, you have the way, you can try and it'll eventually work out. But no, I'm very human. Weird flex, I suppose. Hey guys, I'm human. But I do avoid that type of thing now because it's unmanageable. I have a really, really difficult time in a physical collection of things. So miniature was not my thing. Like, if I start miniaturing, collecting board games, I'm gonna disappear. I'm gonna ghost all of you. Like, what I mean is, immediately I would stop. I would drop language learning and be obsessed. And this time there'll be a physical constraint because material goods. So I've embraced a life of minimalism thanks to the digital age. Ironically or unironically, most people think that not owning things and physical goods is the bane of all existence of ownership, yet it has come as a silver lining to my own behavioral compulsions, and that's to collect things. Gone are the days in which I am compelled to rip myself away from collecting all Magic the Gathering cards and whatnot. Or collecting rocks. I collected rocks before. No, like very, very early, like when I was a teenager, like 13 or 14, where I couldn't even depart with rocks. It was a geology unit, so I couldn't depart with them. So in fact, I can probably still find the shoebox of my 13. I was 14 years of the original rocks that I collected. I can't really do that. Or It's very dysfunctional. Do I have an Instagram? I do not. Procall. This is all you're gonna see of me. YouTube and Twitch. Wait. I lied. Technically, I have an Instagram. Technically, I have an account that I, at some point, for Instagram. They still exist, but I don't use them. Instagram, Facebook, X, you know, Twitter, and Snapchat. Oh yeah, I don't post anything. They might as well be dormant. I'm surprised that Instagram doesn't groom inactive accounts and inactive users. They have been so inactive that I wouldn't be surprised if they said, "Oh, we're migrating. Make sure to migrate your account, or else you could delete it." I'm not surprised if it still exists or not. Yeah, unfortunate. Discord is the closest thing to Instagram. If I'm posting something or randomly, they're all temporary, but it's within the Discord. So if you wanted controversial hot takes, or maybe like reading someone posts a comment, right? They're like, "Oh, hey, look at this video," and then it'll be like a 6,000 word essay after it. It's Discord. That's where you're gonna find those things. In fact, the comments I type on YouTube is like 1/50th the length of how much I actually type, because I don't have to use my voice anymore, right? I don't have to do a lot of things that deal with speaking and reading and typing. It's exponentially more esoteric. So if I apologize if I did I ever consider posting photos and videos of myself online? I did. Yeah, I did. I already did that. Oh, well, I guess outside of this, like, immediate thing, there are a few photos. I even showed them on stream, actually. I showed when I used to do Tough Mudders. I did a Tough Mudder every single year. And I showed some pictures of me doing the Tough Mudder when I was, like, not prepared. When I was still a twig, you know? My arms look like they could break. Oh yeah, sorry, Uni. I'm reading from Twitch chat. Yeah. Sorry. There's also one thing that it's pretty blatantly obvious here that a lot of people ask. Why don't I place chats on my screen? There are twofold things. Courtesy, a lot of times courtesy. And at the same time, there's like, I don't want to read the bylaws and all that stuff about which chat is which on, like, in terms of like negotiation stuff. So I am talking to someone on Twitch. Uni, thank you. Hopefully it's not too dry. What's a Tough Mudder? Let me show you what a Tough Mudder is. Or a Tough Mudder. A Tough Mudder is a 12.5 mile, so half marathon, obstacle course run. I can't spell obstacle. Is that how you spell obstacle? Probably not. Obstacle course run. The Tough Mudder was one of the more viral one that made it popularized. So it usually involves approximately like 30 obstacles. That involves like climbing a wall, hanging from things, swinging over things, diving into buckets of ice and stuff. But what about if someone had to guess what you were reading or what the question was or what you're answering to? Isn't that the fun part? Unless you read all the questions or chat before replying. I usually do. I usually do. Yeah, so, but it will end up sounding like I'm having a conversation with myself. Does it have a part where you have to go past a load of strings that give an electric shock? Yes. So you are familiar with the Tough Mudder. Yes, it's called electroshock therapy. And usually you see people with photos that look like this with hay bales. And you have to leap over hay bales. Yeah, that's the ender. Electroshock therapy is the ender. And usually there's a camera pointed directly at, or like at an angle. And that's your finish thing. So the electroshock therapy, it has a wire shorts. Yep, and the wire shorts are supposed to hit your legs and then cause you to stumble and fall down. And there are little like divots down here with mud piles and hay bales. Yeah. You've seen it where you can either run through it or lay down and crawl. Oof, the lay down and crawl is like yikes. Yeah, you run through it. Here, I'll give you a courtesy. I'll give you a I can pull it up right now. Wait, I gotta make sure I'm not doxing myself. Okay, I'm not doxing myself. Let's see if I can find it very quickly. I'll give you a picture of the first. What the heck? Maybe it's not so easy to find. I thought I would have placed it underneath pictures. Okay, just kidding. It'll take me a lot longer to find them than I think. I'll come back to you on that. Yeah, I'll have to come back to you on that. I should really reorganize my... Oh, wait. Hold up. I think these are fine. Oh, wait. Yeah, wait. These are fine. Hold up. They're not that great. Another time. I used to have them easily accessible for storytelling, but not enough. Have I heard of the Gloucestershire cheese rolling competition? I don't know what that is, but that sounds amazing. Hold. Nah, I can't find it. I always like talking about mud runs. I want to get back into it at some point. Okay. It's an annual competition where a bunch of Englishmen run down a steep hill after a block of cheese. That sounds amazing. And whoever get down the hill first wins the cheese. All right, let me take a look at. Let me write this down. Gloucestershire. Okay. Cheese rolling. I feel like I might have seen like clips of this. Oh yeah, I have seen clips of this. I've seen clips of this. I think every year at least one person has a broken limb. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Running down hills. It's less running and more falling. Yeah, more like rolling. If you tuck and roll, if you can tuck and roll, you can probably go run, tuck, roll, bail, and then run again. That'd be kind of fun. I don't like running down hills. It's scary. All right, all right, all right. Good talk, good talk. Okay, you know what? Here, this is not the greatest picture, but I really want to show you. If I can find it. It? Not it. Is it under fun? It's not under fun. What are these images? I should have organized this so much better. Oh, you know what? Oh, you know, a better exam. Hold up. I have a better way to do this. Hold the phone. I got a better way. We'll just go to like hold. Hold. Ah, yeah. Here we go. Okay. All right. It's also take care, Gecko. Take care. Thanks for hanging out. Here's a parting gift. Here's a parting gift. Yeah. See? This is actually the first one, probably. Yeah, I was on the Funky Monkey. Just imagine I'm over a bunch of water. I'm over a bunch of water, basically. You have to like get across and there's these spinning wheels and stuff, and you have to get across without falling into the water. So there's like a pit of water. We're about like my head length, like 5 to 6 feet above or something, and the water is about 5 to 6 feet deep. Something like that. Sorry about the conversion, but yeah. It's also hard to look cool when walking down something steep. It is. Yeah, so we've done this before. Yeah, I was much younger then. Not too much younger. How old do you think I was in this? Yeah, actually been watching some of Senator Booker's speech tonight. It's quite interesting. He has a floor for 24 hours. Interesting. I'll take a look at that too. Senator Booker, huh? Intriguing. You've always found those kind of oddities somewhat interesting. I see, I see. Huh. Alright, well, I'll take your hair. This is... 20? Am I still... Are you... And this? 20s? I'm 28 in this. So yes. Yes, I'm 28. Not quite 30 yet. I'm 28 here. That was 10 years ago. Alright. Yeah, this was 10 years ago. My body didn't age that well, I can tell you that. Oh, what the heck? Ah! Sorry, I accidentally closed my WaniKani, not... Oh boy. Oh no. I know, hang on. Give me a sec. I accidentally clicked on the wrong X. Okay. I guess we'll just get back in. It's fine. It's fine. This is fine. Make sure to share the updated pics if you have a go at it again this year. Yeah, maybe. I haven't decided where we're gonna go back to it, but yeah. I can give you an updated picture. Here's an updated picture. I was at Otakon, so it's in my Discord, right? So I did pictures for Otakon. So what do I look like now? Not in Tough Mudder, but I did take a selfie because I was wearing something new for Otakon. How do I... Wait. Yeah, see, this is what I look now. This is how I look now. So, not that big of a deal, right? I'm still wearing the typical shirt. Otakon. This was 2024. Yeah, this is 2024 when I was volunteering at Otakon. I was wearing the 20th anniversary thing. Is it bad to say what camera did you take that photo with? My front-facing camera. My cell phone. you just take a picture, right? Front-facing camera. Yeah. What's that purple robe? It is a happy coat. Happy coats are a Japanese thing, but in this case it was designed in a way to do Otakon. It's a thing that you wear, for lack of a better term. It's a thing for positivity. It's when you visit Japan, you'll probably find a lot of people who wear these things. Is it silk? In this case, no. I don't actually know what the material happy coats are typically made of. For this, it's performance. It's a performance material. So something like elastane plus nylon and stuff. So it was meant to be functional for us working at the convention. So it's like athletic material, where it's just like stretchy a bit. I think the originals is probably made from some sort of cotton or something like that. I don't actually know enough about it in Japanese, like the actual Japanese stuff. But this is functional. Or yeah, I say that you are right. If I ever make it to Otakon, you manage to recognize you in the alleyways. All right, I'm good. Yeah, take care, Gecko. I'll catch you on the next one. Jane, mata ne. What does 525 mean in my title? It is 525 days since I started live streaming on YouTube. I keep track of numerical things so that it's used for searching. It organizes most of my stuff. So there's going to be occasionally you're going to see numbers everywhere in order for me to organize it. I wouldn't mind getting a silk happy coat, but I think it's typically made of something else. Yeah, like for example, on the Twitch side of things, it is day 2351. 2351. Numbers are incredibly important to me when it comes to categorizing or keeping track of stuff. You could kind of say it's back from my coding days. Lots of coding things, I add like a number designator to end things so that they can be organized not necessarily by the words, but by the number. So I often use numbers or a combination of numbers in order to sort out things. And in this case, you start with the most basic, which is the number of days. But at some point, I would add like hyphens, 0, 1, 0, 2, and count up and whatnot. I find that organizing things by numbers tend to be a little bit more reliable when you're using large data sets and whatnot than organized by title. But if you look at my title, it is organized in a way where my live streams are titled in a manner that if you sort it by their character, it would sort. So most of the stuff that I put in the front or at the end are sortable by their group. So that's kind of why I put numbers at the end of stuff. Hopefully that's interesting. Anyway, does it count as a generalization to not be surprised that someone does, or is something based on a statistical likelihood that they would be based on one of their characteristics? No. I think it's an excellent way to have generalities. Really quick on this one. Really quick on this one. If we're talking about statistics, right? We're talking about statistical probability. If you take statistical probability, at which time does it become behavioral trends, right? Behavioral trends, or like, let's say predictive trends. I often think of it as like an exponential magnitude of decrease, or like, so if one thing correlates with one thing, right? Like if one thing correlates, but then this one thing correlates with two things, and then this one thing correlates with three things, the odds of all three of these things to be associated with one thing drops, right? So oftentimes I think of it that way when it comes to, does it count as a generalization to not be surprised that someone does or is doing something based on statistical likelihood? So for example, me as a person, and this is going to lead into that whole, is life a simulation, or is there like interpretations of free will? We're not going to go there, but for me, I make a list of most of these things and then ask myself, are there other coincidences and or not coincidences? And then when someone goes to generalize me, I know how to explain that type of thing or refute that type of thing and make it useful. And that's kind of how I do it in reverse too. I ask questions. So for example, there's a group, right? This is going to sound a little technical, but it's fairly, I feel like it's fairly intuitive to follow. So I have groups. These are groups of possibilities. These are groups of possibilities. right? And they're gonna be like, I usually keep it to like 5, A through E, right? So A, B, C, E. All of these have a specific question that I subscribe to them, right? Question that I subscribe to them. And the question itself will give me these groups of factors. Now the question is, when does generalization become useful or like pragmatic or not surprising for statistical probability? And usually at some point I ask enough questions to ascertain if this person has all 5 of these characteristics or a combination of those characteristics that I can handle in my head, which is usually 5. Then other behavioral types, like things that they would do, is more likely. The odds of them having that behavioral possibility goes up exponentially, right? That's kind of how I would go about it. So has that been reliable? I usually found that in a really arbitrary hand-waving thing, if I can correlate 5 things together, I would take the chance of predicting a behavior that I can use as a conversation starter, for example. Yeah, that's probably what I would go with. Does it count as a generalization to not be surprised that someone does, or is something based on a statistical likelihood that they would be based on one of their characteristics? Yes and no. Like a threshold, right? And I think sometimes the predictability kind of gives you a feedback on whether it's a generalization or not. Say if an Asian person turned out to have an above average IQ, is it okay to not be surprised, but then bad if before you find out, you would assume that they would be above average? No, not really. Because you find out afterwards. In inference and presumptions and then confirming is different from assuming and acting on it, right? So, and when you're talking about if it's bad, so like for example, if you're assuming I'm above average IQ, and then you ask to confirm it, that's different than assuming I have an above IQ and then do something using that information without confirming it, right? But statistical likelihood is based on probability, so you have to confirm even if you're presuming something. If you're assuming something, then yeah, that could lead you in hot waters, but I wouldn't be too offended. Like if you're talking to someone who also has statistical likelihood in mind, they would be able to dispel and or address your presumptions without being like emotionally exhausted. She's WaniKani here. What level am I on now? I'm on level 9. We're on level 9. And I have no idea what poll is. If you ever come chat in poll. Oh, is that just what it's called? Oh, in campfire. Either side, you know, fair. To be honest, I'm not learning. Yeah, he's not. Most of us in poll are procrastination. Our interviews. Oh, nice. I got to level 9 from reset to level 1. Oh, okay, cool. I'm not particularly procrastinating, but that is a fun place. Wait. Where are you saying this is? Go to forums. Where is this? Campfire. POLL. Old? I think I know. I think I understand English, but I don't. Let me find the thread title. It changes every day, but always has the word Poland. Oh, so we just search. Okay. Hold. I want to search poll. Oh, poll but not poll. How to make a... Oh. Interesting. I'll check it out after my like session and stuff. But I'll have to check it out later. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Old JP small is the newest. Okay, I see. I'll check it out afterwards, obviously. Let me write a note to myself. So old JP small group. Interesting. I'm more of a lurker, so I'm probably just gonna read all your comments and then make a comment about it. But thank you for the invite, or like thank you for the spread of the word. I'm a commentator, so I'm excuse me if I am very not chatty off stream, but this is me. I usually digress and talk about these things while trying to do some language learning on the side. If you haven't used the forum much, you check out the user script section. I have a lot of things to say about that. So you'll probably have to wait till day 100 for me to address that. But yes. Not first rodeo. Yeah. I have checked it out. It's very useful, and it will be implemented. Some of the stuff will be implemented in after day 100. Yeah, thank you for the friendly reminder. So Procall. What? So why is that? I mean, hear me out. What are you trying to beat around the bush about? Say if an Asian person turned out to be above average IQ, right? Is it okay to not be surprised, but then bad if you find out? Would it be bad to tell you that I had a below average IQ when I was a kid and I was held back 2 years? I'm kidding. April Fools. Sorry. I'm really bad with April Fools jokes. Yeah, but it wouldn't be bad. Like, for example, I don't even know if you can have this conversation. So say you assume that, and then I told you I have below average IQ, right? And then I get really upset about it or something. But if you were to be able to explain the statistical likelihood of that occurring, then it wouldn't be as emotionally distraught. But hear me out. It is so difficult to not be unfeeling, like agnostic to this, because I already know the answer. And I happen to have an above average IQ. I actually, I don't know how accurate it is anymore because I didn't get reevaluated as an adult. But as far as I know, through my early 18 years of life, I was in the close to the 99th percentile. Maybe like 98th percentile. Something like that. But as an adult, I don't know. I landed on my head a couple times and did a couple flips. I'm kidding. But I don't imagine... intelligent quotients tend to greatly vary until you reach adulthood. And I have no idea how adulthood happens. Was that the national percentile or global? However, psychological evaluations were made back in the day. I don't have like a piece of paper anymore. But sometime around when I moved to a school district that had more resources, right? I already mentioned about the socioeconomic disparity between my early upbringing. I was in a socially economically poor environment, though, so the school did not have such resources. But then when I moved to another one, which are more affluent area, and I was evaluated by a psychologist. At least I believe it was a psychologist. I actually talk about some of the stories I remember during the evaluation, and I didn't know what it was about. Actually, I have no idea what that person was doing until after the fact. And then I was placed in a special education program. I'm not going to say gifted because I think gifted gives a misleading generalization, but a special education program. And that special education program, I think I talked about this a little bit before. I was probably identified because I was at risk. But how I was at risk is an entirely different matter. Maybe I was very peculiar. I had adaptive problems, emotional intelligence deficiencies. Those are corollary things with someone who's high functioning. So if we're talking about statistical likelihood, and you're gonna hop off here in a sec, sorry for that. No worries, sorry. Thank you, Limit. We'll have to chat. You're gonna have to tell me something about this pool stuff in the future. But I really appreciate it. Have a great evening. Until next time, right? Limit. I like it's called Limit SRS. Was that the So speaking of statistical probabilities, this is all in retrospect, okay? So I'm not saying I was this perceptive when I was younger, but when I'm looking back on myself, there were a lot of stereotypical things, generalizing things that come with being high functioning. When I was a kid, I was emotionally withdrawn. I had problems expressing emotional intelligence. I have a hyper inclination to be objective, and like objective in the sense that I don't have a lot of sentimental awareness. Like, I'm very odd, right? People call it odd. There are so many characteristics that could have led to the idea like, oh, hey, this kid probably has above average IQ. Let's go test them, right? So, outside of being Asian, I guess. But that's kind of why generalizations can be effective when you start connecting all the probabilities. And I'm not sure if it's a national average or not. Generally speaking, it's on the most common IQ scale, which based on the number that I got, it could tell, based on the number that I remember, it can be particular scales, right? Particular scales. The IQ, the number that I got was like 146, something like that. And generally speaking, I believe most of the IQ scales, the tier that the cutoff is 130 at the top, and then anything else is, there's not enough resolution. That's how I would interpret it. IQ testing, right? Whatever IQ testing you use, at the extreme ends, there's not enough resolution. So whatever it is, I remember having a 146. Whatever that is, it's in a scale that doesn't have resolution. So I was above average. I usually tell people I have an above average IQ. That's as safe as I can say. It's not average, and it's not below average. That's weird, as you seem very empathetic now. Yes, and I probably am dumber now. No, I'm kidding. I'm sorry, April Fools. But now I am. Yeah, I am now. I talk about this quite a lot because I wasn't empathetic for the beginning of most of my life until I left the nest. I was cold-hearted, temperamental, and it's not temperamental because I had a poor temper. It was temperamental because I had a lot of problems. Like, what I mean is, I had problems that my parents cannot observe. As in, I had trouble making friends, right? That's besides being Asian, discrimination, racism, classism, many things. I also had no emotional connection to anyone at all. So the things I talk about when I think about like the video comment that we were talking about, how someone would hyper focus on the objective thing and then rationalize someone's worth and action based on whatever they find is pragmatic and projecting that, that is me. Before college, before I met people, I had zero. I was agnostic to everything. In fact, I wasn't even sure if when I was happy, I was behaving and acting as though I was happy. Like early in my childhood, I was raised in 2 different environments. They're dramatically alien to me. So for the most part of my early life, I was wearing masks. As in, oh hey, yeah, those yeah, that girl's a 6. Yeah, that girl's a 9. Or like, oh yeah, that car is pretty sweet. Or like, that's how you're going to get that's how what do I mean to different environments? I had an environment where it was an environment of low privilege, right? Low privilege, an entirely different culture, largely African American culture. I was still the only Asian in that environment. And then we moved to an affluent place, which is the opposite, largely multi-generational white Americans. And the deviation and like different tiers of that. So neither of them is concordant with my household culture. I was not raised in like New York City or something like that, where there's a cultural hub where I could identify myself with other American-born Chinese or like any of Asian. There were rarely any Asian exposure to my immediate environment. So whatever I was doing as a kid, I did largely out of mechanical appropriation. Right? As a kid, what do you do? Well, if you're agnostic and you're high functioning, you try to behave and try to blend in. So I was very good at blending in. Those are the types of things I leverage now for the most part. But I'm more expressive now because when you go to college, it kind of changed to some extent, but it's really the people that changed me. So I still have to thank my friends, the best friends that I still have now, that made it very, very different. But generally speaking, my empathy is much, much later in life. And the irony here is because my childhood happened to be like that, it is coincidentally concordant with many children, Gen Z, growing up on the internet. Like, it's coincidental. The type of pressure, the social pressures, the behavioral consequences of what happens on the internet as a normalizing behavior, there's a lot of coincidental parallelisms, and I use that to inform myself on how to interact with other younger people these days. Anyone between, like, at this point, between the ages of 17 to 27-ish, and they spend the majority of their time self-selecting themselves into an internet culture, which is here because, like, in order to even self-select yourself onto YouTube, onto Twitch, about someone who's self-studying a trend that's online, Japanese, dominated by English speaking, all of these things coalesce. Like, the statistical probability likelihood of certain behaviors to occur are almost pre-selected at this point. And that's what the internet does really, really well. It pre-selects everything, right? There's a lot of selection filters to get to this point. In fact, the statistical unlikely nature of my influence and that you're here makes it even rarer, right? The alternative is like going to a stream, like you mentioned, iShowSpeed. The likelihood of spuriousness in iShowSpeed's stream would be exponentially higher. Like, there's more spuriousness, so there might be a larger breadth. It's kind of like comparing Duolingo to WaniKani. The sample selection is wider for Duolingo than it is for WaniKani. So in this case, that's how I kind of generate the skull behavioral probabilities. They are still generalizing, but they are neither bad or good on dependence on how you use it, right? How you use it and be able to explain it. You sometimes question whether you actually felt depressed when you had... Okay, while our situations are most likely very different, I do resonate with a lot of what you're saying about your childhood. I sometimes question whether you actually felt depressed. Yes, when you had a long down period, as you would feel happy at some point and think that means I wasn't actually feeling depressed. I think that's similar to what you were saying about acting as if you were happy. Yes. And also, this is even going a little deeper. Nowadays, this is something that might differ nuance, like between knowing that you have to act happy because you have all the emotional depictions or signs of being happy, but you're still unsure if you're happy, right? Because emotional intelligence is very nuanced, difficult to intuit without experience. On the internet, you can get into a situation where I think this is what's happening, in my opinion. This is a slight hot take, but it's pretty conservative. In the internet has removed the thinking for most of these people. So it's similar in the sense that when I was a child, I used my peers as a model to how to be a certain way. So if my peers laugh at something, I laugh at the same thing. I'm not even entirely sure if I think it's funny, but the way to assimilate and practice these things, you participate in it, right? My identity is confused because I have no idea what's going on. I don't know if this is funny or not. Most of the stuff I can't even relate to. But in order to be able to empathize or try to empathize with your surroundings, you start acting like it and then see if you can gather anything. Those are the beginning stages. And on the internet, though, you can be convinced to be happy about something by merely seeing it over and over again. That's for lack of a better term, it's a mere exposure effect, right? It's a little bit related to what you said about the exposure therapy, but it's a mere exposure effect. Where on the internet, if someone says this game is super awesome and everyone else is saying this game is super awesome, which can be provided by the algorithm, because if you type in this game is awesome, the algorithm is going to say, hey, all these people also say the video game is awesome. So clearly the video game is awesome. The algorithm doesn't tell you to watch someone that disagrees with them. So at some point, you're going to get to a point where if you are between the ages of 18 to 27, there are going to be times where like, I feel lonely and I have no idea why I feel lonely. Because how you conceptualize loneliness is depicted by someone giving you their experience without the experience. So like now on the online, someone's like, how do I fix this problem? Well, you have to feel this way to fix this problem. It's like, but I don't have any experience. How do I know when I do this? It's like, well, easy. Oh, in these situations, but you have no experience. So it's gotten to a point where when I'm talking to people who want to learn a language, right? Let's go back to language learning. When they want to learn a language, I ask them, so what motivates you to learn a language? Many times, the answer is something pragmatic. That's great, but it is not accompanied by something that is self-identifiable. So whenever someone asks me, why I am learning a language, I gloss over the pragmatic side of things because it holds very little to your self-identity, the identity that you use to motivate yourself to do a language or to learn a language. So, in my opinion, I'm trying in my own way, one person at a time, to maybe encourage the person to identify how they are feeling about something. Because largely, when I think about someone saying, oh, if I start Japanese now, will I be successful? And my answer is, I can't answer that question. I hope you have the answer to that question. Because if someone needs to convince you about your conviction and commitment to learning a language, they can give you all the hot takes and the shortcuts and the tools, but ultimately, do you want that? Like, are you learning because you want to learn it, or are you learning because everyone else wants to learn it, and then you want to relate to other people? So, that's where my empathy no longer connects with people. Like someone asked me, "Oh, why did you choose this?" It's because I want to. I love this. I want to connect with other people because my desire is to connect with other people, not to like it sounds the same, but it's coming from the inside. It's not coming from the outside. Where someone is telling you Japanese is cool, learn it, and therefore you learn it because Japanese is cool. I think Japanese is cool without even knowing other people think Japanese is cool before I decided Japanese is cool. So that's where information has clouded, in my opinion, people's ability to identify whether they are even depressed. It's so difficult to even know now. When someone says, "Oh, hey, I read this site," I'm like, this is a real controversial topic, but it is very true. Oh, I just discovered that I have ADHD. And my first question is, how do you determine you have ADHD? It's like, well, I read online that there was all these things, and I read a bunch of things after searching a bunch of things, which all collide on the same specific converging evidence. And I'm like, have you done null hypothesis testing? What about all the evidence that it is not ADHD? It's like, well, it's overwhelmingly confirmation bias, right? That I see, so I'm trying to diffuse the confirmation bias. But in no way is this going to encourage that person to do so, because the algorithm tends to select and converge on your expectations, not diverge. And that's where language learning comes back in, where somebody would say something pretty foolish, in my opinion, to me and say, WaniKani doesn't teach you how to speak. It doesn't. By design, it does not teach you how to speak. So why are you saying it to me? Explain to me why you are saying this. But that's not how the internet operates anymore. It's to state a fact because it exists, not how you feel about the fact. Or how I feel about the fact. That person didn't even ask if speaking intelligibly was the goal of using WaniKani. Right? You thought it was cool, but now it's not cool. That's what's happening to you too. Now I'm enjoying if I don't think about anyone or anything else but your own improvement. That's great, Uni. Oh yeah, this kind of situation also always happens to early smart people that don't study early but still get good scores. Yeah, and later fail because they don't know how to study or prepare for exams. Yeah, in a way. Yeah, in a way. They circumvent quite a bit of troubleshooting and problem shooting. There's no like critical thinking or problem solving, and that's kind of the purpose of special education programs, like special education programs where you have to provide a challenge, right? A challenge to the kid in order to promote problem solving and critical thinking skills. Without problem solving and critical thinking skills, like if you're never challenged, for example, early in life, right? Everything's so easy, you get good scores. Well, you don't practice problem solving. for critical thinking. Eventually, you do get to a point where it is, but now you have to ask yourself, are you emotionally stable to do that? And I can tell you, it is very, very disheartening when you see someone who is so used to getting straight A's without trying very hard, and then suddenly hitting a block, and they believe the world would end with their first B. The internet, in my opinion, Gen Z, my experience, anecdotal experience, okay, this is not a generalization, these are just accountings, case studies. People talk as though they have never failed before, and people provide advice to me as though I can't solve problems and can't critically think for myself. That, to me, is far more telling of the person that is providing the advice. They talk about things as though people don't solve problems. Like, for example, someone will ask me, well, what happens if you use WaniKani and you can't speak a language? It's like, well, then I do something to help me speak the language. Are you telling me that I'm going to be like, I'm like, is that a normal behavior where you clearly use something that isn't designed to help you speak and then you magically expect it to help you speak? But in my opinion, that's how people talk to each other these days in terms of the age gap. So those before the internet and those after the internet. So when someone says, this is the perfect tool to help you speak, it's like, great. What doesn't it do? Like, well, I only care about speaking, so this is the best tool. It's like, no, there's still writing. There's still writing. If you don't care about writing, that's perfectly fine. But it's too limited. Your scope is too limited. Yeah, there are many, many other ways to learn. And not all of them are going to be the most efficient thing for your goal. The idea is encouraging people to have discussions, in my opinion. I think the internet requires discussion. But I don't think algorithm, echo chambers, self-selection is encouraging dissonance in us in a more moderated way. So regardless of how well you speak, it doesn't help. It's gonna be diminished return on reading kanji, for example. So that's kind of goes back to that video comment again. Me too. You changed your accent, yeah, to sound less spoken at school, as less well spoken at school. As your friends were less spoken. I adapted the speech pattern of anyone who I'm around. I still do that now, actually. Protocol. I do that in a public space because of professionalism and agreeability. On stream, I do not most of the time. So, you'll see me switch accents. Now, accents is not necessarily only how sound is being made for me, but my diction changes. So right now, we're having a really deeper discussion regarding mental health and emotional intelligence. So my vocabulary has shifted from saying things like, dude, man, pesto, pasta, ooh, it hits so different. Like I'm practically salivating right now from what I'm sounding like right now, right? And I'm also like waving my hands a lot more and whatnot. Back in the day, I used to do this just to fit in. However, my English shifts dramatically between different things, and that gives you a bit of flexibility. However, it can be difficult to think you only have one voice to someone younger. So, for example, it is unimaginable for someone to think that I can have other tools to learn Japanese because they only saw that I sometimes they don't even look at the video because we already talked about that. People make comments and the whole video demonstrates the contrary. That's weird. But whatever they choose to see is whatever they choose to see on the internet. You can convince yourself, like, even if I literally have other tools, like, what is the comment before Bryce and this comment? Someone told me, hey, you could really boost your kanji reading and vocabulary by using SRS like Anki. That was 4 days ago when I was posting WaniKani videos. The very comment this guy made was a live stream that has 2 SRS programs in it. That is what you have to work with nowadays. So out of the box thinking, critical solving, context, what you see is what you get. I swear that there is a bit of a object permanence problem going on here, right? So I wouldn't sell anyone short. Like, I try, again, I try not to sell people short. I think not only do they want to be treated, be inside a box, people treat other people like they're inside a box, and I'm gonna try not to. That's all I can say about that. In fact, trying to get a person to express what they think and not what the internet thinks or what statistic thinks and stuff, it's like pulling teeth right now. And I'm very grateful, like even Uni here, I'm very grateful that Prokal, you and Gecko still consistently are expressive people, because in my opinion, if you are already being able to be expressive and being productive in the sense of retrospection, then you can solve problems. Even some of the largest, hardest obstacles possibly have yet to come, you're able to solve them. Now, here, a bigger difference is you see a 25-year-old and they tell you something like, I don't know, everything just sucks right now. Like, why do people always lie to me? Like, I don't understand. It's not my fault that people are so cynical, right? And my only thought is, okay. Or my first thought is, all right, if everyone lies to you, is there something you can do? Like, if you're constantly concerned about something that you're not able to control, what is something that you can do? Like, and they would be something like, well, I guess I just find people that don't lie to me. Like, okay, well that is a goal, right? That is a goal. In order to have people not always lie to you, you go and find people that don't lie to you. How do you achieve that? Like, what do you do? And most of the time, they say, I don't know. And hear me out. I don't want to sound like a boomer. Uni said they're a boomer. If you consider this, if you keep expressing your honest opinion to someone, you are probably less likely to encounter people who are going to lie to you. Like, you might be thinking, no, but that's not guaranteed. It's like, yes, I said likely. So the first thing you yourself can possibly do, like, we're making a list, possibly do to attract people who do not lie to you, is by being able to express honesty. Because how do you know, like, what did you do to be surrounded by people who choose to lie to you, right? So instead of worrying about what you can't control, like, oh, I'm just waiting around, waiting for the right person to bump into me, there are things you can do, and they are in the process. They're not looking for a goal yet. So things like, I want to change people's lives. Like, that's a goal. Lots of people make, right? In some way, I want to bring joy to people. Like for myself, that's a personal goal of mine. I like to bring joy to people. What does that look like? It could be very straightforward and say, well, I just give them money, right? Give them money and buy all the things that they want and hype them up. Okay, that is one way to go about it. Meanwhile, how do you get that money? How do you spread joy? What what are you doing to do that? Is money going to grow on trees? I mean, they do sort of grow on trees, but like, what are the steps to get to that? So what does that look like? Well, for me, I want to bring joy to other people. And it's not by talking about joy. It's talking about solving problems and critical thinking. Doing a task that is relatively difficult or people think is difficult and dispelling that and saying it's not difficult. I can digress, talk about love, pesto, other things, and still feel like I'm functionally learning a language despite not speaking in Japanese at the moment. These things are a testament, in my opinion. I'm doing like the Bill Clinton thing right now. Sorry. These are the things that I would say I'm not giving people my joy. I want to enable them to establish their own joy so that they go and seek joy themselves, not the other way around. I don't want to manufacture, in my opinion, not that other people have other approaches. For myself personally, I'm not manufacturing joy for other people. I want them to make things joyful for themselves. So to me, that's my honest antithesis to what the algorithm is doing. It's convincing you. It's very good, by the way. It's very good, and you can leverage that. But it's also very good at telling you how to feel. If you are worried that you might have like cancer, you search up cancer. I would say statistically, it's over 50% of the time someone is going to be concerned and believe they have cancer. Because when you search up cancer, you want to believe it's cancer, and the algorithm is going to supply every possible way to convince yourself it's cancer. And it dispels the one thing you could possibly do in this case before you go down this rabbit hole. And that is go to see your personal local health provider and interact with a human being that isn't predicated on confirmation bias. Right? That's something that's missing on the internet, in my opinion. There's no null hypothesis testing, no intuition regarding if you tell me your day is really bad and you're interacting with me, I'm going to try my best to try to say maybe your day isn't that bad and let's look at things that it worked, right? Because if you don't have both sides or a mix of things, then you can convince yourself of anything. Really, you really can convince yourself of anything. You can convince yourself that you don't need to read kanji to understand Japanese. I mean, that's fair. That's your opinion, right? Like, you can have that opinion. It's perfectly fine. You're tackling kanji first with Anki while also reading the sentences on the Anki cards. Fair enough. Yeah. Like, I'm not going to tell you how to do things. I think, in my opinion, I know this is being a little complicit, but when someone says, I'm tackling first, and then there's a second, a third, or later like, oh wait, I'm going to start with this, that's far more healthy. You triggered one of my keywords, uni. You said first. The idea of looking at things in time is a green flag. It's a green flag. It's a red flag if you start saying things like, I'm gonna learn Japanese doing this. That's it. As in, you're suggesting to yourself, or someone suggested to you somehow, that this is the only thing you're going to do, and that's good enough. Those are the type of comments that I get most of the time. Like, oh, hey, I see you're starting with Duolingo Japanese. It's a waste of time, because if you don't start on this right away, you're gonna be trapped in Duolingo, and you're never gonna try to learn any other things, and you're never gonna learn what's bad on Duolingo compared to any other thing. Like, I understand where you're coming from, and it's probably a great statistical assumption that you make. However, I don't belong to the same generation, I guess. I'm not someone who says like, oh yeah, Duolingo is going to teach me how to write paragraphs, when it literally does not write paragraphs. I'm not going to tell myself like, you know, someone sells you a product, right? Hey guys, if I sold you this Apple Watch, for example, oh sorry, not Apple Watch, we can't use like name brand products. I'm gonna sell you this sugar-free drink, right? And this sugar-free drink doesn't have any sugar, so therefore it's healthier than anything that has sugar, right? Now you might be thinking, oh yeah, that sounds very reasonable. It's like, yeah, it would sound very reasonable if you read enough things online about sugar-free energy drinks, as opposed to those sugar-free consumptions. But I'm going to tell you now, that comment, that's not true. That comment is very false. Very, very false. In fact, it's to the point where it's easier to find a counterexample for that statement than it is to support that statement. And usually that's the case for most like null hypothesis testing. Water is the best. Well, water is good. Water is good. The best would be doing the same thing. There are like, for example, if you're like dehydrated, right? And you're like, oh yeah, drink water. Well, if you're hospitalized and you're dehydrated, it's a saline solution, so it's not necessarily just water, but water is good. Like, do I ever use ChatGPT? I'm going to soon. It's now June. It's a June project, but we'll talk about ChatGPT another time. But I did use it like once in a while for like social experiments, like when someone wanted a proof of concept for what I'm saying regarding ChatGPT's algorithm, like how LLMs misconstrued certain things. I've done that before. Have I played Monster Hunter WoW? I have not. I played Monster Hunter World for quite some time, and then I don't find Monster Hunter WoW intellectually stimulating enough to go back yet, compared to like WaniKani and Monster Hero and stuff. And I don't have people who play Monster Hunter Wild. It's the cooperative thing again. It's the same. It's very similar explainer for repo and whatnot. I played Monster Hunter World a lot because there were other people to play with. By happenstance, and those people are not around anymore. It's too expensive. That's kind of a deep cut too. Do I like games with big bosses? I most certainly do like games with big bosses, among other things. Big figuratively and literally. Shadow of Colossus. And no friends. I hope. I know that's I was chuckling a little. I hope you guys have friends. Like not necessarily gaming friends, but other friends, right? Friends that go beyond gaming. But it is kind of nice if your friends also play video games that you want to play and whatnot. Right? Otherwise, I think you guys I think you guys can make friends. I like to believe that. You have friends now? I used to have none for a couple years. That's understandable. To this day, I'm not even like early in life, I'm not even sure if my friends like me for who I try to be, right? Versus who I am, right? And it was kind of hard because early days. But now I can have people who like me for who I try to be and as well as for who I am. Real story. Just one last story because I don't think I'm going to get to Wagotabi today, so it's fine. But there was a time at the worst, at the worst, like the wake up call moment. This was a little bit before I went down a journey of emotional intelligence discovery, right? I actually looked up several articles on the internet on multiple personality or dissociative personality disorder. And it was very, very provocative. The algorithm back then was still provocative. That one could convince oneself, like, if you pretend and you act all the time, do you have an identity of your own? Right? Like, are you just liking things because the people around you like it? Or are you so desperate and like, there was a lot in there. But I would say around 17 or 18 years old, there wasn't that great. The algorithm really actually doesn't exist. It's more like confirmational bias, self-motivated confirmational bias, because it feels like everyone hated me, but not really, because it's more like everyone just didn't care about me because I didn't stick out and I didn't want to relate to other people, as well as bullying because I stuck out unintentionally for other reasons. There's a lot of mixed things, but in the end, I always thought, what is my personality? I didn't have an answer even when I turned 20. I was not even sure about that answer. So later on, I did though. Now I'm like, that's where the self-esteem comes back up, right? If you're lacking self-esteem and confidence, having an identity crisis is not going to help your self-esteem. It's not going to help your self-esteem. And you know what's really disheartening? And probably whoever sees this later on or something, I think it's far more pervasive now in Gen Z. So anyone between like 19 to 25, usually you kind of be able to create an identity by the time you leave high school, right? That's kind of what adulthood signifies. Adulthood signifies when you start making decisions for yourself, have agency, and have enough life experiences and identity to corroborate between what you established and what other people are establishing. But I think it's been delayed. The internet has delayed this thing. I don't belong to that generation because like, even for me, I thought I was delayed, like 20s and stuff. My friends knew what they wanted. Like they were behaving very like characteristically by the time they were like about to graduate high school. I was still struggling. I'm like, well, I behave like this when I'm with these friends, and I behave like this when I'm with these friends. Even my sister, one time I remember, she's like, wow, this is the first time I've seen you with your friends and you're not like this at home. And I'm like, yeah. So nowadays there's a consistency between all of these. There's an underlying consistency between all these, a unification of all this stuff. So I'm not surprised. Hear me out. I am totally not surprised that when you have the whole availability of the internet and everyone telling you what is the best way to do things, and they turn out not to be the best things for you, or like they're like mixed or deviate from some sort of prescribed plan, asking yourself like, yeah, I'm not even sure anymore. I'm not surprised, because that assurance and that certainty comes from both within and around. And I have far more within than I have around. So I spend most of my time empathizing with people nowadays, because it's very difficult for them to convince me or sweep me off my feet to change things. So I'm convincing myself to try to do that some more so I can understand better, right? It's not the alternative that I have with other people is that a lot of people should do the other way. Like when I'm talking to someone, I'm trying to encourage them to go the other way, as in, hey, when was the last time you asked yourself you choose to do something and it's because you want to do it? Like, not if it's pragmatic or it's practical, or a lot of people want to recognize it, or have you just painted a terrible picture of a sun or something because you just wanted to? Or whenever your choices you're making are dependent on how productive and pragmatic it is to a larger audience that isn't yourself. There's a balance. I'm not suggesting that person should exclusively do that, but I'm saying in nowadays they do far less that and follow the lead of everyone else. I didn't choose to do WaniKani per se. My commitments to WaniKani is not fueled by people's comments and influence about WaniKani per se. Like, it's not going to stop me and start. I'm not going to stop and start because of that. But I would say the vast majority of language learners around the age of 20 will do that. They go for the next best thing. What's the next best thing for WaniKani? Oh, like beyond language learning. Mikaku? Probably Mikaku or something like that. Maybe hit up Boom Pro in terms of like Chinese side or the Japanese side. Like Migaku. Yeah, Migaku is pretty trendy. Go on that. That kind of thing. I think it's Migaku, right? You have friends now. Okay, yeah, I've thought about that a lot. I think the university has helped you socially the most. Oh, I'm glad university is still a place where you can socialize the most, if you know what I mean, Procol. I don't really know how pervasive internet use is in removing organizational behavior. Like if you go to a bar, for example, or if you go to a soccer game or baseball game, you go to like social gatherings. I'm not too sure anymore because I haven't gone out to social occasions anymore. I'm kind of old, right? And football, yeah, sure. Football, and no, I really, yeah, that's fine. I say both, so that's pretty much a difference. I go between football and soccer all the time. So that's probably gonna feed into the whole socializing thing. So in any ways, I'm not sure how pervasive this is anymore. So I don't even think self-selected social places are not so integrated to the internet. Where you go to a place to expect an outcome, right? If you go to a sports bar, for example, would you like to know what type of sports bar it is? Because that's probably what the vast majority of people do now, where you go somewhere to expect a social outcome. You don't go there to try it, to see what comes out of the experience. You go there with the information that you know what you're getting. Kind of like knowing to play a video game enough to know that you'll like it before buying it. And you can do that. The question is, how frequently are you doing that compared to taking a chance? Chances create opportunities for things you might not expect. Mistakes, problems, but they're not detrimental. Like they're not like going to ruin your life, for example. Like for example, buying a puzzle game when you've never played a puzzle game. You have no idea what to expect. But at least that decision, it's not when you come to a decision later that is incredibly serious. Like for example, I'll use something very real. Is my friend lying to me? What do you know? What do you? Like for example, oh, you know, you've always thought that friends don't ever lie to each other, so it can't possibly be that your friend is lying to you. And now you have to ask yourself, is your friend lying to you? How can you tell? Do you know what it's like to be lied to? Sometimes, and very seriously, sometimes when I ask, how do you know your friend is lying to you? And why are they lying to you? The person would say something like, I just know. So therefore, I'm going to unfriend them and never talk to them again. And my first thought is, it is your prerogative. You can choose. That is a solution. It is a solution to the problem. When you are no longer friends with someone, they can't possibly lie to you again in that way. But they can lie about you as well. So there's so many ways to go about this. But if we were going to spin cynicism, right? Is it important for that person to know if their friend is lying to them or their former friend is lying to them? It can be very helpful to know why, and you don't have to continue being friends. But since you never asked, you never tried, you never get informed, you never grow. Or you can grow in a different way. Like I wouldn't say never, but you can grow in a different way. You can get more and more efficient at ignoring people. For example, that's growth. So then in the future, you know when to ignore and unfriend a person immediately, because when you have suspicion of lying in which you can't confirm it, you're just going to do that anyways. So like, oh hey, this guy is like my last friend, avoid. Like that's fine, it's growth, right? However, one big stickler. When you come to a stranger like me and say, all my friends lie to me, I will ask you again, how do you know? And why did they lie to you? If you cannot understand how and why this is happening, I would say default to something that works, that you can control. However, if you really want to problem solve and critical think about how to improve your situation, you would find out or be curious as to why and how they're lying to you. Because that can inform you in the future. Alternatively, that one that I default is I do what you think you can do. Don't lie to people. That will increase the odds of not having someone that will lie to you. Now, it doesn't sound great because it really isn't. But at least it's something you can do that is different from whatever you're doing now. And I would even argue this is victim blaming. So take it with a grain of salt. If someone comes up to you and say, all my friends lied to me, there's a chance you yourself are a liar. Like, if we're talking about statistical probabilities and I'm a stranger to you, the odds of someone going around saying everyone lies to them, then they themselves is likely a liar to the other people. The odds of so many people lying to you and collectively constantly associating to you as a liar, there's something you're doing that makes it a statistical likelihood, like increased statistical likelihood. The odds of so many people all lying to you is so much less than the person themselves being the liar or the problem. So, and I wouldn't settle on that. Like, I obviously, that's not, in my opinion, some people take the tough love approach where they're like, oh, well, statistically, you're probably the problem. The odds of 7 people having lying problem versus 1 person who's the common denominator against the 7, that's what my 18-year-old and younger self would say on statistical probability. It's emotionally unfeeling, detached, and does not consider the nature of that person's position, right? Alternatively, I would focus on something more proactive. Like, how often do you lie? And why do you lie? If you can understand how and why you lie, it's still a place of growth. So if you know why and how you lie, you can choose to not do that and see what happens. There is a very high, in my opinion, a very significant chance that if you know why you lie and how you lie, you can be able to express that and also see it in other people. So that's a good starting point. That's at least an excellent starting point of something that you know. Kind of like language, in my opinion. So when someone tells me, this is a hot take here, abandon all your native study habits and your native language things and pretend like you're learning anew again, like you're a kid. That's the goat of acquiring a new language. I'm not with you on that one. I actually would prefer to leverage pretty much everything that I do now in order to get me consistent with language learning. I'm still learning Japanese, Chinese, and now Spanish is because it's part of my life already. I didn't have to convince myself to acquire an entirely separate identity and separation of what I do in order to make myself consistent. I'm already consistent with this. It's like barely a leap. And the way I'm talking about now, right? For example, the way I'm talking about it now, I've done this for most of my life. It doesn't own me per se. Like, for example, the stories that I talk about how I had no friends. I had friends. But I don't think I was a great friend to them. That's probably the most accurate things, because I find myself saying I don't have friends because I don't even know if I was a friend to them. And hear me out. I know 2 or 3 of these people, they would say no way, like we were friends, and that's beautiful. Like I love that, because sometimes it's hard to convince yourself, right? So that's the world I live in, versus the world where most people can convince themselves of anything they want. Like, I'm smart, so if I read enough things, I'm smart. Yeah, it's the imposter syndrome. Yeah, I live far more in the areas of imposter syndrome, so as opposed to the other way around. And I use most of my behaviors to keep imposter syndrome at bay. My low self-esteem, my pretending, having to assimilate, all of that short sells the person. Which, funny enough, the things I named seem like it would be the same problems, the same symptoms that Gen Z is having with internet stuff, but it's not imposter syndrome. It's something a little bit, in my opinion, a little bit more inherently innate, which is the idea that it might be an identity crisis. Like, so sometimes, like, on a daily basis, when I ask someone, like, how's your day? Like, did you do something you want to do? They're like, nah, you know, I'm too busy to do things I want to do. I'm like, so what are those things that you want to do? Oh, you know, like the same things I do every day. I'm like, wait. So the things that you do every day are not the things that are making you happy, but you want to do those things, but you don't have time to do those things. That's it might sound like this is confusing to you. It is confusing to me too. When they describe something that they want to do, it sounds like they're already doing it, but it's not providing whatever it is that they're looking for. Like, someone tells me sometimes, I love this game. I love learning Japanese. And then immediately afterwards, it's like, I hate all these things about learning Japanese. Like, I hope that means you like it. Like, I really do hope that means there's more that you like about it than you don't like about it. Because I absolutely love learning language. Like, I love learning Japanese, Chinese, and Spanish. However, that also has a different problem. But it's not the same problem you guys, like these people have, in my opinion. I have the problem of whatever works is good enough. Like, I'm not looking for better. Like, I do it and I move on to the next thing. I keep doing it. I don't have to look for the best things to learn a language. I learn the language wherever it ebbs and flows because I like doing it. I like talking about it. I like talking about these things in relationship to language learning. Coding for job, but they want to code their own project. Yes, that would be a great example. How do you, like, it's one of those things, your goal is to want to code your own project. But how do you get there? How do you do that? What are the things that are required to get there? What are all the things you didn't expect that you need? For example, coding things you don't want to code. That's part of the process. Working with other people who code on things you don't want to code. There's so many little things that go along the way that could stop someone who has their eyes so far away and am not equipped, in my opinion, still not equipped to solve those problems. I see a lot of things that I'm struggling, I don't like, or maybe like, or things I want to change about WaniKani. I'm going to do it. And then if that doesn't do it for me, I move on to the next thing. And I'll continue to take whatever I can get from WaniKani. Meanwhile, someone's saying like, oh, you shouldn't have started with WaniKani at all because I already know this was going to happen. You should have started with this product. Well, I'm not going to spoil most things, but I can tell you that if I start with that if I started with that product, it'd be like I would go through the same process. I would look at the things that work for me and things that don't work for me, and then change it up if I can, and then move on to WaniKani or move on to whatever else. I just have to start. I try, right? I'm trying things, and I don't have to be like, my life doesn't depend on fluency in Japanese or Chinese. This is something I'm voluntarily doing. So we have to make that really big disclaimer. I'm choosing to digress for 5 hours instead of completing my WaniKani reviews. I'm choosing to talk to Procall, Uni, and Gecko right now. I'm choosing to stream my experiences, and this is all part of sharing language learning experiences, right? Procall doesn't even not even interested in language learning, but we can talk about coding. learning is universal, in my opinion. So I use that as a jumping point. Learning requires critical thinking and problem solving. You can learn things by, you can choose to learn things by like rote memory if you want. Like, for example, okay, this particular person has this very particular problem of which I have a particular problem. Let's use that. And that's the only solution you learn. That's fair. This is probably not for you. Like, whatever I'm saying now is going to turn off whoever thinks that there's a best way to solve life's problems, especially life's problems of choosing things you want to do and actually genuinely love the things you want to do because you understand yourself really well, or choosing things you like to do because lots of other people are doing the same thing and you've convinced yourself that this is the best way to do it. And then everything in between. I rarely am going to ever choose the best way to do something, largely because I'm interested in seeing things that have deficiencies and how I can overcome them. So if there is truly a best thing, right? If you're a Gen Z person or someone growing up on the internet, you probably have convinced, like, you're probably more comfortable in saying what are the best ways to do certain things right now. Well, if there's anything that you can rest assured, you can rest happy that you're right. I'm probably not doing it the best way, because the one way is probably not the best way for me. Right. Free up time, less distractions, every minute matters. Every minute matters here. Your comments matter. Roll calls, brainstorming in the background matters, right? So I'm not choosing to use my time, lack of a better word, I'm not doing it so that later on I look back, it's like, oh, that wasn't worth it. Like, these are choices I'm making. They're awesome. It's very different when you're not choosing to do something. So, for example, work a job that you don't like. I can't argue with that. Right? I can't argue with that. Believing that your life, your future self has to be a native Japanese speaker. I can't do anything about that. That's an obligation you chose. So if you're going around committing to a language and that's your fuel, all the power to you. I hope it comes true because it's an obligation. I feel that is a this is a difference between generational perspective. I feel like when you obligate yourself to doing it that way, in all or none, it's easier. And I don't even operate on that. Like, I don't even feel that it's important for me to become fluent in Japanese. So how hard do you think I'm working right now? Some people might say, oh, you don't work hard at all. It's like, okay, that seems to line up with what I'm thinking. But then other people say like, oh, you've already spent like 4,000 hours, but you wasted all 4,000 hours. Like, okay, that's fine too. I enjoy what I'm doing. So yes, I can recognize why they believe I wasted my time, but at the same time, it doesn't make me feel bad about my choices that I'm voluntarily doing. I mean, sometimes I want to drink sweet tea and read a book on the beach than swimming in the ocean. But if you see a bunch of people swimming in the ocean, are you going to abandon your book? Better question. Right? Choices you make. Alright. I'm really going to finish now. And yeah, we're not going to get to Wagotabi. That's fine. We'll get to Wagotabi tomorrow. How much? I have 2 days. We'll get to Wagotabi tomorrow. Wait. Hold up. 11 p.m. Okay, it's 8:30. Alright. Feel free, by the way. Feel free. I always say this at the beginning. I try to say this at the end. Most of the time at the end of the stream. Yeah, come by. Come by with your hot takes. Let's have a discussion about it. Right? Personally, I wouldn't mind just sitting here reading walls of text of people expressing their decision making. And I would say nothing about it. Like, I don't have to say anything about it, in my opinion. If you're actively like being able to sort out your decision making in a cogent way, that means you thought about it, right? And I think that's mission accomplished for me. However, if you ever want my opinion, you can always ask, right? Ask a question in the form of a question. If not, and I'll probably spend like 3 or 4 hours talking about it. Anything to get someone else to talk about these things. And not really, we're not talking about like personal things. We're talking about how you decide, and like pop culture things can all be telling of that. Cue the 100th person that tells me if I had to do it all over again, what would I change? Nothing. Well, then they would say, theoretically, if you had to do it all over again, but also keep your knowledge from doing it all, what would you change? Nothing. It's a paradox. I wouldn't be able to change anything without doing it in the first place. Now, the real question they're probably asking is, what would I change if you were to advise me? Like, if I were to give that person advice, and I'm like, I don't know you enough to do that, but you can see what I did and use it to inform how you would go about it. I could tell you about what I did, and maybe some of it can help inform you about what you would do. I'm not going to tell you what to do, right? That's the last thing I want to do. Unless you're dying or in an incredible medical emergency or something like that, prescribing a choice to someone when they're voluntarily doing something, I think that is, yeah, plenty of that. You can go on the internet and do that already. That's pretty much what the internet does all the time. What about the advice you would give to a perfect copy of your younger self, you who's in the same environment you were at that age? But my younger self have to be able to comprehend my older self, which I don't expect that. It's still a paradox. Like, without the experience I have now, it's very difficult to comprehend my younger self, because if that was me, then I wouldn't be able to comprehend what I have without the experience I have now. So I could advise as much as I can my younger self, but they wouldn't be able to appreciate it. I guess the only advice is to live out the rest of your life and get to my point. Unless I choose to change my current self. Right? If I advise my younger self, then I would change my current self. So if I'm willing to take that risk, then certainly that would be an interesting experiment. I think the only moment that would advise change your past self is when you regret your future. Exactly. Uni, that is excellent. I'm not that elegant, but yes, that would be a great. It is likely that the moment that you would advise or change your past self is often when you're regretting your future. Other than that, my future is my entire responsibility, and I try not to look too far or try to predict too far. I do the best what I can in the present day. I use my past self as the learning experience, right? Anything before me, it's a learning experience about how I'm going to make my future or contribute to my future. I don't often think about, well, if I start this thing now, what are all the bad things that can happen in the future? I usually start something now, think about what I've done before, and focus on what could be my future. But there's no regrets attached to it. Like, I'm not avoiding something. I know that it can possibly happen, but there's no regret for it. Like, if I start learning Japanese now, what if the future I find out that AI created a universal translator, and I spent most of my years learning 3 different languages and it had become obsolete? For the record, that's not a question I asked myself. It's actually a question someone asked me. Probably more blatant than that. I think the specific phrasing, I can't remember, I don't have an eidetic memory, so the specific phrasing, these are the keywords. What are your thoughts about LLMs or AI making learning language obsolete? That's what I was asked. Maybe like 100 days ago ish. Yeah. I'm gonna leave it as rhetoric. We're not gonna talk about how I answered it. It's a very long answer. I'll put it into like a FAQ section when I do a review on the 100 days. I have a 100-day retrospection coming up for WaniKani and Hanzahiro, right? And a end of section 2 retrospection for Duolingo Spanish. That's where I kind of tackle the greatest hits FAQ of stuff. So they're usually in a thumbnail where there's like a picture of a canvas with like 8 billion scribbles on it or something. That's usually when those videos, those days where I just drone on about fun stuff. Do you have a reason for posting your exercise in your Discord instead of private notes? Oh, you mean my like running thing? You mean my like running log where it's like, oh, I ran and then the time. I thought it was gonna be fun. I wanted to encourage people to kind of indirectly be encouraged to stick to something. Yeah. And I also wanted to show that I'm not always on a climb. I have bad days, I have long days, I have short days. That's what maintenance looks like. So I wanted to show something that I can't record. And you might be thinking now, but what about all those fitness influencers that can record themselves perfectly looking great while running 4 miles a day and always looking happy? Post editing. That's in my opinion the statistical likelihood of those people constantly looking composed while maintaining that type of cardio output. That's not it. It's post edited, in my opinion. The likelihood of that happening is not true. It's what you see. So for me, I can't record that. I'm gonna be genuine about it. I'm really serious. I feel like death. After every run, I feel like death. I'm like hacking. I have respiratory problems on the right side of my like nose, right? Like, so I genuinely feel very exhausted and stuff, even maintaining my running and stuff. So days go up and down, stuff like that. So I wanted to show it in some way. I was trying to show it in different ways. So streaming and language learning, I'm showing it in a different way. The log for my fitness and stuff is a different way that sustainability and habit formation can look. And then my roadmap that I added to yesterday, starting now, where I do a roadmap of all my projects for the day is another way to demonstrate how I'm planning things. And then I just thought about it today because of the video comment that I got and I was responding. I'm going to keep another log track of highlighting various video comments that I've typed up as illustrations of other ways to keep myself accountable. So the things that I type are all public. They're public knowledge. I am accountable for those things. So when I say something like, oh, I run every single consecutive day minus Otakon, I want to show it, but it's not the same as saying day 1 through 365, I ran this on average. I don't want to show that. I want to show myself literally entering every single entry manually. And it's not because of bragging. There's no boasting. Like, what the heck? I do 5 minute half miles. What kind of clout is that? My thing is, it keeps me honest, right? It keeps me honest, and it also demonstrates that it doesn't have to be spectacular. I'm not aiming to be a 3-minute marathoner. I'm taking care of myself, right? I'm running each day. It's not glamorous. There's another whole digression about PEDs and the normalization of PEDs in the fitness industry when it comes to Gen Z. So that's a whole different digression, but that's a very controversial topic as well. And I have a full narrative that deals with what we talked about today in normalizing PED use in fitness. So running a 5-minute half mile, that's what I do. Some days I go for a mile, some days I go 1.5 miles. It's maintenance day and whatnot. I think that deserves, in my opinion, to demonstrate something that I practice, because I don't want to be that person. The things that I hold very dearly, I don't want it to be like, oh, you only practice what you like, you don't practice what you preach. You say these things, but it's more like a trust me bro situation, and it's still a trust me bro situation. You can be as cynical as saying, oh, you probably just sat there and typed those messages and you made up those times every time. You probably just changed the numbers. Like, oh, I got you. I mean, I'm thinking the same way too. Like, for me, that cynicism rolls in my head too, right? If you choose to think of it that way, then at least I can select you out of this selection. So if you don't believe that I ran 2 seconds slower today than I ran yesterday under different conditions, then I don't know what to tell you. Maybe one day I'll get a flying drone that can track my movement and record me doing that, and then you can all smile and be happy in the sense that I look like death every time I crossed my half mile. Or on a good day, you can see me have runner's high and I would run for like 6 miles and be like, yeah, now I still feel like death, but at least I got 6 miles in, or something like that. I want that to be a thing. I want that to be a social norm, in my opinion. Seeing people do miraculous, crazy, wonderful things, that's so fantastic too. I think it requires a normalization of what it actually looks like a lot of times for other people. I say I'm very happy and I have a lot of happy dollars. But that happy dollars looks way messier than the number of hours it takes for me to discuss where those happy dollars come from. And I hope to do that slowly over the years. Or I mean, even my best friends aren't around me long enough to account most of these things. But it's really messy, and I'm sharing a bit of it, right? I'm trying to share a bit of it. So whenever someone tells me like, oh yeah, you're an idiot, you're just wasting your time, it's like, that's okay. The person can't harm me emotionally as much as I already harmed myself over the years. So get in line with my own mania. I would say it's a weird flex, I know, but I think the self can do irreparable damage to the self before anyone else can. But if you're one of those people that have other people hurt you even more, thanks. One last message before we one last thought. If someone is able to hurt you more than you can hurt yourself, those are the people that I've been referring to as Gen Z. So if you're not one of those, like you're an outlier in Gen Z things, awesome, very powerful, like that's great, keep at it. I'm more saying people can hurt you with words and many other things. I mean, physical, we're not talking about physical, but they can hurt you with like insults, critiques, and whatnot. However, one would have to say you can manage it yourself. If you're doing all your actions in order to avoid criticism from other people, in my opinion, take some time, find your self-esteem, find your identity, because sometimes the ability to hurt yourself is actually possibly even greater, because you have to live with yourself. You don't have to live with other people. With an asterisk. But for myself, before the internet, I had to live with myself before I could live with other people or talk with other people. So generally, the damage that other people can do emotionally to me with words it pales in comparison to the damage I can do to myself. Can you just call police and they're gone? But that creates more problems. But can't save yourself, you're dooming yourself. Yes. Oh yeah, true. That's a great way to think about it. After you add that second one, yeah. Like you can separate yourself from other people, but you can't separate yourself from yourself. And you might be thinking, okay, well, what if someone just keeps calling me garbage? Is that their fault? Okay, and then this is where we get to a cyclic argument. Like, well, if you believe in yourself, then there's no reason for that person to be able to harm you. But if you spend most of your time in your world, in your life, taking the opinions of others before you can identify your own identity, like the internet, then yeah, it's going to be very, very tough. But I believe in you. Like, at least for me. If not, we can spend the whole day in, day out, we can spend 2 hours talking about stuff, informing your own identity or something like that. It's the least I can do as a stranger, I suppose. But genuinely speaking, I think a vast majority of younger people have skipped over that step. They skipped over conceptualizing the self, and now largely nearly all of their actions and their motivations and how they choose to solve problems, the way they solve problems, are highly dependent on most of the people who already have this experience. So the older people, but they're not addressing that type of thing. The best, in my opinion, sometimes they can choose to demonstrate it. So like, for example, a podcast where your favorite content creator talks about their life experiences, and then that might inspire younger people to be like, oh, okay, so I could do things and not have to worry about getting it right the first time or something like that. So that's been happening nowadays, where podcasts, content creators talk about it's not always glamorous, there were missteps here and there. So those people they have strong identities already. They pave roads, they make decisions despite some other things. It sucks when I see people, even FOMO, can get you to do anything. Like, I can't even express when was the last time I had FOMO. As in, like, oh no, I should. Oh yeah, that's right. I should play this video game. Oh no, like I should get this video game on launch, because if I don't, I'm gonna miss the window where everyone cares about this video game. For example, FOMO is so you have to do your dailies. Yeah, so in my opinion, if you're already in that department, I would love for anyone who has this type of FOMO like problem to have something in your life that it doesn't matter if it's the right time or the most opportune time or people care. You could tell yourself, I can do this at any time, anywhere, any place, and it will be the right time to do it. Like, it could be go out and plant tomato plants in your backyard, or do a WaniKani lesson. Sorry, plug. WaniKani lesson, or randomly choosing to sound like an anime character because you like voice acting an anime character. Go for it. Any time is the right time, right? And how strong is that? Like, how do you know if that's the thing? Whenever you're saying, oh man, I missed the 5090, I should get a 5090 so I can, like, I should drop $3,000 on a 5090. Good night. Good night. I should drop get that 5090 and I should jump on the boat, right? Instead, all I'm thinking is, man, that 5090 is kind of nice, but I'm going to do my WaniKani lesson now. Wait, didn't I already type this? Oh, right, because I accidentally closed the window when I was showing the picture of me, the Tough Mudder. Okay. Oops.
少ない
少ない. Oops. How did they go about this? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Oh no. Did they go with did they call this like letter of the alphabet? Wait. Oh no. Oh yeah. How do they translate? Hold on. Let me think. Definitely emoji, right? Emoji. I just write letter of the alphabet. The bit off? Okay, I wrote letter and text. Yeah, okay, alright. You could have I could have wrote anything. well, not anything, but that's fine. That's fine.
文字
Emoji. Just letters. The classic WaniKani experience. Like what exactly are the words that they used? Because I could have wrote a lot of things. I could have wrote Hanzi. Hanzi would have been fine too. um Jeez. Um Oh no, wait.
Toshi.
Okay. All right. It's fine. It's fine. Crises averted. um So the question is this so like, do I want to This is eastward, right? Toho. Toho. Sounds good.
東方
Oh. One hit. Wait. Ita sounds awful, right? So it's Ichida. Gotta be Ichida. Ain't no way it's Ita.
一田
Oh, these are some old ones.
Otokonoko.
Nokonoko. The heck? Did I really get this? It's nah. Right?
な
Yes. Is this still a name? Okay.
Futsuka
Scott. Right, Scott. Okay. Alright, we're good. All in due time. Alright, alright. I really gotta go to the bathroom because of the hydrate. Alright, alright. Let's do our routine. I have only one pause today, so we'll go over that in a little bit. One like super pause. Alright, so let's go over our mnemonics. Good talk, guys. Talk. I really appreciate it. So, jammed in history, tent, clown, building, spicy, heavy, anti, brush, correct, machine, coat rack, helicopter, cleat, pope, spring, squid, yurt, gladiator, and eternity. Okay? Yeah, okay. Now we're doing our reading. We don't need the keywords anymore. This is the third day. Yeah, third day. So, okay. All right. Kara. Bai. Ji. Shi. Gu. Ju. Wa. E. Jitsu. Ku. Oyo. Utsu. Fu. Yo. U. No. Hyaku. Ya. Do. Chi. Kai. Atsu. Atsu. So. Ken. Bi. Fu. I. So. Ju. Dan. Yo. Sho. Zo. Ha. Yo. Shin. Hen. Ho. Shi. Ken. And then the word of the day, it was task plus thing. Right. And this was Aaron. Aaron, task, thing to do, or things to do, and Yobutsu, right? Yobutsu. And that's it. Pretty swell day. Swell day for WaniKani. I like it. I like it. So that's a wrap for WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. We digressed a lot. And I wouldn't have it any differently, right? So always feel free to follow along. Drop your hot takes. Feel free to discuss. I bring my own hot takes in like long story versions each day. I was very open about this most of the time. I come prepared with some pocket stories and whatever questions out there, some hot takes, somehow I'll try to throw in my story somewhere. And today it was about that video comment, right? And April Fools. April Fools was the spark of most of the comments. So you're more than welcome. Until next time, if you're only interested in Japanese and WaniKani, minasan mata ne, right? I'm gonna get up, take a quick bathroom break, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for Hanzo Hero. Thank you, thank you.